second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Kent?
Yes.
Wooten?
Yes.
Giglio?
Yes.
Ken Smith?
Yes.
The meeting is now open.
And I'd like a first and second to close the town board meeting and open the CDA meeting.
So moved. Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Wooten?
Yes.
Giglio?
Yes.
Ken Smith?
Yes.
The CDA meeting is now open.
Thank you. Dawn, are you here? Is it okay if I call the meeting open? Okay. I'd like to call open tonight's meeting, the hearing for Calverton Aviation and Technology, a joint venture to be formed by Luminati Aerospace LLC and 555 Real Estate One LLC as a qualified and eligible sponsor for the purchase and development of EPCAL. This is a continuation of our last hearing, so all rules and procedures from the prior meeting will apply. I have said and let everybody notice, if you'd like, anyone from the public who would like to speak, you can sign up right outside the door, and then when we have the public session, if we do get to that tonight, we will call those names from that list. So with that, I would like, if the applicant would like to come up, at our last meeting, we had the community present questions to the applicant, and we said that we would open tonight's hearing with those questions being answered by the applicant. So if you'd like to introduce yourself and announce how you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Supervisor, members of the Riverhead Town Council. I look at faces, I don't know my name. My name is Jim Catterson. Although I'm not from Riverhead, I'm from Up Island in Mount Sinai. I go back a long way in Riverhead. Bear with me for just a second. My grandfather was the chief deputy sheriff back when the jail sat in a brick building behind the courthouse on Griffith Avenue. I succeeded in sitting in the Supreme Court on Griffith Avenue for a couple of years with Governor Pataki, sent me to Manhattan. And my late father bagged potatoes on Sound Avenue before he went to Grant. So Catterson's been around here for a long time. I presently am a partner at Arnold and Porter, and I have the pleasure of representing Calverton Aviation and Technology, LLC. I was retained by the managing member, not Calverton Aviation and Technology, but the managing member, which is the 555 Group, which is owned by the Gramasian family. On March 13th, I sent a letter to Mr. Eisler and Heller at the town's request concerning the ownership structure of Calverton Aviation and Technology. I enclosed two documents, but I'll speak about them just briefly. Under New York Limited Liability Corporation law, 555 Group is the managing member. It is the only entity of any type that has any control over the project for Calverton Aviation and Technology. It's the only entity. That's who pays my salary. Luminati and Daniel Preston, I know the board has great concerns, and so do some of the citizens of Riverhead. I understand that. I've never met Mr. Preston. I don't represent Luminati. And Luminati is what's known in the law as a minority member. They are a mere investor in Calverton Aviation and Technology, which everyone now calls CAT. In my letter to the town's special counsel, we attach a formal opinion by another big law firm, Pillsbury, Winthrop, Shaw and Pittman, one of the top international law firms in the world, where they went through the corporate documents and gave their formal written opinion that bears on and supports exactly what I just represented to you and to the citizens of Riverhead. But the only entity that manages this project is 555 Group. And I also attached a letter dated March 5th from Mr. Preston, it's notarized, signed and everything, which says exactly the same thing. He has no role in the corporate governance, the management decisions, or anything to do with Calverton Aviation and Technology other than as a minority member investor.
Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
All of this is laid out in the operating agreement of the LLC of Calverton Aviation and Technology?
No, it's laid out in a series of amendments after the fact.
But after the fact of which document?
After the original LLC that formed Calverton Aviation and Technology, after that document.
But the formation document was the operating agreement of the LLC?
Originally.
Okay,
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Stuart Bienenstock, who is, I would say, the master of ceremonies for the presentation, where we'll endeavor to answer a lot of the board's questions and the public's questions.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Bienenstock, and I'm the Director of Business Development of 555 Group of Companies, which is owned by the Ghermezian family. The managing member of Calverton Aviation and Technology, or CAT, is 555 Real Estate One, which is an affiliate of 555 Group of Companies. I want to start off by thanking Supervisor Laura Jen Smith, Deputy Supervisor Tim Hubbard, and their fellow board members, James Wooten, Catherine Kent, and Jody Giglio, for their time and attention, and for giving CAT this opportunity to respond to questions that were posed at our initial qualified eligible hearing on February 27th. Thank you again for giving Calverton Aviation and Technology the opportunity to present to the board its qualifications and eligibility to complete the project set forth in the contract that will hopefully, with your help, be approved by the town board. Triple Five Group of Companies is a multinational conglomerate with highly diverse development interests and offices located throughout the United States, Canada, and the world. Triple Five's unique strength is its experience in a wide range of projects, providing the organization with ideal expertise and best practices for creating successful developments and executing highly complex projects. Mr. Nader Ghermezian is the chairman of 555 Group of Companies, which has created more than 85,000 direct and indirect jobs. Mr. Ghermezian is a philanthropist and is involved in assisting hundreds of charities internationally. He has also received many awards, including the Commemorative Medal for the 125th anniversary of the Confederation of Canada and Canada's Family of the Century. I'd like to now introduce, without further ado, Mr. Nader Ghermezian.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving us another opportunity to come and
The school's got a few years on it, so it's a little technical.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Give us an opportunity to come and present what you would like to do for the citizens of Calgary. We are industrialists. Industrialists are the people that they would like to develop industries. Not only we are industrialists, we are also in many other industries, in real estate, manufacturing, auto, truck manufacturing, garbage manufacturing, truck manufacturing, sweeper manufacturing, and many others industries. And you are mostly known for development of the largest tourist destination in America, all of America, that attracts every year over 42 million visitors. It's 3 times more than Disneyland and Disney World and Universal Studios together. The people that you want to work, I know you have had bad experience before with some other people. Unfortunately, the land has been sitting here for over 20 years and nothing has happened to it. Today you have somebody who can help to make this project come to fruition. You need someone who you can trust, somebody who wants to help, somebody who wants to build something huge and successful, something that everybody will be proud of. I myself live in New York, and this is a great opportunity for us to expand our industries, especially the aviation, and make an aviation hub in Calverton, like Silicon Valley. But in high-paying jobs, creating many, many jobs, this project will have, we show you here, you have studies done by economists here, they show you that phase one will bring over $1 billion per year economic impact, expanding to over $3 billion per year. It will reduce your taxes. You will stop increasing your taxes. The jobs that it creates here is not ordinary job. We do not intend to build shopping center here. This place is not good for shopping center. There's not enough population here to build such a major project here. This is a unique area in a good location to be developed as a major hub, aviation hub. We are ourselves diversified in many industries, and we consider bringing some of our industries here. I give you some of the, because this is an industrial project, I'll give you some of the projects that we own, some of the industries. I'll give you also the name of some of the industries that they are interested, and even we have not started development because of our name, because people that trust us, because they know who we are. They already have signed LOI. They are interested, they come with us, which I will present to you. In industries that we have triple advanced manufacturing and power system that works in power generator industries. First of all, when somebody comes here, he wants to do something for you, probably they're in one industry or two industries. I want to tell you that in the world, I don't say United States of America, in the world you will not find one company that has so many industries and so many divisions that 555 has. We are only number one. You can record it. I'm lucky that I'm here, but you're lucky that you're here to do something. We have CPV, specialized in manufacturing, high-quality valves for petrochemical industries, gas industry, shipbuilding. We provide and manufacture facilities facilities for the US-6 fleet.
Mr. Gomez, were these some of the LOI, were these provided to us in the,
Yes, I'm going to go in and give you a copy.
okay.
Then we have Admiral Filter Company. This company is our typical 5 companies. Leader in design and manufacturing of hydrogen filtration system for marine and aerospace.
So these are companies of 555s?
Yes. CJ's Power System.
Now, were these companies that were developed by 555, or these were companies that were acquired at some point by 555?
Some of them we developed from the beginning, some of them, for example, we have in this auto manufacturing, we have been manufacturing trucks, this is speaker, sweepers, and garbage trucks, you see, we manufactured a lot of them for the past 10 years.
So that you started that company,
Yeah,
or that's
usually.
one that you acquired and then continued with?
Oh, usually what we do, some of the time the companies, they cannot run, they cannot run them. They start them, they can't run them, we take them over. Some of them we start ourselves. Then we have beyond that one, Green Industrial Manufacturing. It specializes in manufacturing of highly engineered low and medium voltage switchgear. You have heard of Ocsan? Ocsan is like Saudi Arabia of North America. We have the Sands oil in Alberta, with Shell and Exxon and others that are developing $50 billion project they have over there. We supply the switchgear that controls all of their electricity. We manufacture them ourselves. We have a data center.
These are companies that are interested in moving here, or are these just examples of companies?
These are our companies, and we are interested to see which one fits here to with it. We have the data center that does the cloud data storage, internet security protection for your cell phones and your internet systems. We have Airwing, a state-of-art helicopter design and innovation. Wing Air will have new production line development manufacturing that we are also considering to see how we can bring it here.
But there's no commitment for any of these companies to move to here at this time?
No,
correct?
this project is one of millions and millions of dollars. You have to analyze to see which one fits, which one doesn't. There we have, I know, he said it's funny, but I've been talking to put a solar farm in here. Which doesn't create no jobs, no income benefit.
I don't think that
No, I have a
areas,
reason.
so we're judging
I have
one
a
business
reason.
against
I have
another.
a reason.
Okay,
If you like that, you also own a solar company.
okay.
So if you want a solar, actually what you do, we can put on the.
I think what we're discussing, I don't think there's any solar in the intended development plan that we have for this agreement, so I think we're okay with that.
Because it wasn't true. And then we have our own engineering division. We have over 100 engineers working for us. Have you heard of any company in the world has so many divisions? This is only industrial division. In real estate division, we have a division shopping centers. We have a division in office building. We have a division in residential. We have a division in amusement, entertainment, recreation, tourism. We have over 5,000 staff. And he said we created 85,000. That's about maybe 10, 15 years ago. Today, over 100,000 jobs. Today, we are not here to try to make money. We are here to try to help the people. I have hundreds and hundreds of charities. It's not a matter of money to come here. I want to make more money. That's not the point. You see, we are here to see how we can expand, create jobs, make people happy. But the job creation here is all high-paying job. It's not going to be somebody working in the store making $10 an hour. It's jobs $50 an hour, $75 an hour, $100 an hour. It's kind of jobs, big paid jobs. Then we have signed LOIs that I'll give you a copy of, Madam Chairman. We have LOI from Composite Prototype Center, classroom technical training in all aspects of composite manufacturing, including process technologies, prototype manufacturing, and testing. We have Cymex, they have signed, I'll give you a copy, letter of intent interested to come with us. Cymex Technologies is the business of advanced composite structure technology development. We have letter of intent here again from Launcher. Launcher is a startup on a 10-year journey to deliver small satellites to orbit. We have NYU Alliance that is Stewie will come and explain all of this. Then we have Helidex, is a leading manufacturer of aluminum Helidex for the offshore oil industries in the world. Helidex also supplies rooftop helipads for hospitals, office and government buildings. Then we have again letter of intent from Everest Training, internationally renowned provider of training in aircraft maintenance and repair using hands-on approach to teaching. They are specialists in teaching the art of manufacturing and repairing composite materials. These kind of jobs, they're the highest paid job to the people. That's why we call it, when you hear about Silicon Valley, everybody in the world is proud of. We would like to put here an aviation Silicon Valley for you. And another one we have here, QTech, MRO established less than 20 years ago. QTech has grown from one facility to network of 22 MRO centers in Mexico, maintaining a variety of business jets, Boeing and Airbus aircraft. QT has considered making a move into the U.S. Carleton may be logical choice for their introduction. We have spoken to them and we have a letter of intent here. I'll give you the copies of this. people are interested to come into this place. Why they didn't come for the last 20 years? The only reason they are coming is because we are 555 and they want to work with 555. They know where we go, what we say, we deliver. And they know if they come with us, we make them successful. That's why you have these. Additional educational institutions, we are talking to.
Can I just clear something up to the board? I think that in the packet that we received, everything that you were speaking about is here in your booklet except for the QTA, so you know. And then we'll enter that. Okay.
Right. So, additional education institutions we are talking to in various stages and have expressed interest in working with us. NYU, Tandem School of Engineering, Polytechnic School of Engineering, Stony Brook, Brookhaven, Cornell, MIT, University of Washington. So what you see here is a God-given blessing if you have this project here. It's in New York region, it's the center of the world here. And this is the best place for it. What is happening? 30% of your children, 30% of your children between the age of 25 and 30, they leave Campbellton. Why? Because you pay their taxes, you raise them, it costs you about $250,000 each student to raise. When they graduate, there's nothing to do. You lose your children, like me. I lost 3 of them. I was in Canada, I was in Alberta. I lost, after they graduated, nothing to do. I lost one of them to Toronto, one of them went to New York, one of them went to Europe. So I see them, I see them every 6 months, sometime a year. So I raise the children, I can't see my children. Don't let that happen to you. I have the experience. Don't let that happen to you. I hardly enjoy my children. The people who are I hope everybody's going to vote for this. If you don't vote for this 20 years from now, believe me, 30 years from now, your children are going to come and say, Dad, Mom, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, your amazing came here, he wanted to build this, you turn it down? Don't let that happen. Don't let that happen. This is the best thing that happened here.
Mr. Teresi, can I ask you about one of the companies that you said, which I believe was the CPC? The Composite Prototype Center. They're a New York State funded not-for-profit in Plainview.
What was that?
The CPC, one of the companies you said, Composite Prototyping Center.
Stu, you want to come and say this?
Yes.
I know you were expressing a letter of intent for several companies, so I just have a question about some of the letters of intent.
Yes, they are on Plainview.
And can you explain what they are? They're a New York State funded nonprofit facility. So is that a state funded facility, a teaching center?
It's a teaching center. It also is in partnership with Cymex. And if you want to have an ex-grocer, you can actually.
No,
select directly.
I'm just curious. So how long have they been in Plainview for? Okay, Okay, so Plainview has embraced this company to come in as a teaching facility? Did they receive any rebate, tax abatements or anything to locate there? Yeah. If you're gonna, we'll have you come up to the night and introduce yourself if you'd like.
Arnold Councilman, Supervisor,
Now, are you with CPC or are you with Simon?
I'm Simons, and I explained to the division.
Okay, what's your relationship to CPC?
We are affiliated with CPC. We basically rent space at CPC as
It's an incubator, basically?
non-regulated,
Okay, what's the difference?
as basically a small business operating on the Navy contracts and DoD contracts, developing this composite structure.
So it's set up by New York State or it's set up?
No, it's Simons now. I'll go back to CPC for a moment.
Yes.
CPC was established with capital only, supported by the state of New York, to maintain the know-how, the technology on the island after Loman's demise back in the 90s.
So do they provide technical support also?
Technical support,
And they release space to companies starting?
the space was not necessarily the main reason for it. The space was not the main reason for it. The reason was basically is to establish ability to companies to transition to composite capability, plus training the next generation.
Okay. So it's
In my
not,
capacity as principal of science technologies, I am also acting as director of engineering for CPC because they did not have the depth and the capability to provide engineering besides manufacturing. The capital that came from the state of New York basically was all the capital to build the equipment, basically about $50 million off equipment and the building.
because it's listed as a not-for-profit.
Yes, that was not provide. Therefore, they are not for profit organization. They are growing their capabilities in terms of providing technology for local companies. And as a matter of fact, maybe some companies who are basically working with us, Sikorsky, Pratt & Whitney, DuPont, all these companies come to develop technology.
So
Besides that, they are also responsible for training, two types of training. One is STEM training, which basically expand the knowledge of composite development throughout the island. And the other one is technicians training for composite technicians.
So CPC is looking to leave Plainview and come to Calvert?
Not selling. I guess CPC will stay an incubator, if you want to call it incubator, I'm using the wrong word, that knowledge base for companies to come to work with them in R&D development. They wanted to basically expand their training. Their training would be done either in Plainview, and then they expand it, they want to bring it up here as far as training.
And generally, when they leave CPC, how many employees do they generally have? How many employees does Cymex have?
Simons has about 7 employees.
7 employees. And how long has it been formed? Cymex?
About less than 6 months after CPC, but totally independent.
So a couple years then, Cymex is?
Simons is 4 years old.
4 years, okay.
Now, Simons, now, let me go back to Simons for a moment. What Simons basically has, luckily, I would say with a lot of diligence, managed to get government contracts to develop structures for vehicles, and also commercial business. For example, right now,
I'm sorry, just for the minutes, we just need, if everyone come up, could you just say your name again?
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
name is Max Gross, I'm the principal for Simon Technologies, located in Plainview, New York.
Just say that again? Just spell
Max Gross,
Gross?
very simple name.
Back.
You put weight after my name, and you remove it, you got my name. It's in every truck, in every airplane. Now, going back to Simons, as far as I'm concerned, besides providing engineering, obviously, for CPC clients, we have our own contracts. I'll just name 3 of them that I did last time, and what I want to do is expand a little bit on it, what our vision is, and I'll, with all due respect to everybody here involved, I want them to understand what is entailed in order to develop something into a production and manufacturing which create jobs. Contract number 1 is thermoplastic flooring that many aerospace companies have tried and failed. We have succeeded. We are in phase 2 right now. This goes into production. We talked about, last time I mentioned, 300 helicopters just for the U.S. market. We just found out that the Germans are interested in it, and 2 other countries are interested. I can't mention their names. That is a business of about $400,000 per helicopter. If you do that calculation, half of the work that you do on composite, you will take, is labor. Take that amount, which is $150 million or $120 million, and actually half of it is labor. They'll give you an idea what the job level would be. When I take these other two jobs that we are basically now working on development, one is the helicopter lane, and we're talking about a production one of about 400 plays per year, which roughly would be about $7,000 to $8,000 per plate. And the third one is a housing for a heat pump, which will eventually replace most of our air conditioning and most of our heating system. It may not be as one unit at the beginning, but eventually it will be one unit. We are not developing it. There's a company called Incubator in Stony Brook, Thermolift. We are producing lightweight composite housing for the entire system. Right now, we are contracted for the first lower half of the system. And we talk about just for that component alone, roughly about between $500 and $1,000 a unit. We're talking about $10,000 units a year. You figure out the dollars. What our business projection is, by the year 2022 or 2023, give or take a year, these three projects become production projects. We are talking about $26 to $28 million in revenue a year. Roughly,
And what kind of space would that require?
pardon me?
What kind of space would that require?
If all three of them, it could be 75,000 square feet. If full production goes in. If not, we're going to start probably with 10 as a minimum, and then go to business. And also the question is, at what point do we physically move out of the CPC? The idea is not to move out of CPC completely, because once you start production, you are in jeopardy, and that's what's nice about the CPC in Plainview, is that we can have our R&D in Plainview. You're talking about even only $120 million $12 million in labor, which is like 24, the whole thing. You're talking about substantial amount of labor force. I would guess at the number of about 100 to 120 people, just from this small company that basically has a revenue of $24 to $28 million a year
Okay, thank you.
projection.
Thank you.
And what do you expect the salaries of those jobs for the 100 to 120 people?
It's a wage, very, very light wage. I'll tell you what we pay today. Engineers basically are between $120 to $160,000 a year. A technician could be 40 to 60. Could go to 70, depends on the seniority. And then you have clerical help, and other will fall in between. But usually what I do with the overhead, average salary, I run between $100,000 and $120,000 with overhead whack rates. Again, those numbers are not numbers that you can quote. That's what I said. It's the numbers that in the industry today, those are the numbers. And they fluctuate up and down. And we're very competitive when it comes to DoD contracts. I hope that gives you a little bit of a picture between CPC and Cymex and how we see this as a lucrative opportunity to stay in New York.
Okay,
And when I say New York, says stay on Long Island.
thank you.
We were contemplating, there's a place upstate New York that gives tax incentive, but it's relatively far upstate New York, and that was a fallback for us. This opportunity would be a great opportunity to maintain close proximity to where we are in engineering and manufacturing, and eventually combine the two operations as one large operation. As a matter of fact, it reminds me of my old days at London, Bethpage, without. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, in regard to our integrity, in regard to knowing about our integrity, there's no question about our integrity. We are regulated. What regulated means we own two banks. The largest private bank in Canada and the bank in New York, Community Federal Savings Bank. They don't give you a license to go and take people's money, check free, and make sure that you're reliable. You're reliable. That's why we do this. projects that we have done before, I'll give you some of them that creates mind-boggling. The project we did in Edmonton, provides $1.2 billion per year to the economy of the region. Has created 35,000 direct and indirect jobs. The project we did in Minneapolis creates an annual impact of $3.5 billion per annum. Has created over 50,000 direct and indirect jobs. The American Dream we are building in New York will create about 60,000 jobs and $5.5 billion economic impact. That's why the governments, they come after us to do something. As I mentioned before, for example, the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis, they came to us, they said, come and build a tourist destination for us in Minneapolis. So I said, okay, let's look at the study, and we said, we went down to Minneapolis, and I went down there, they took me around the site, different sites, and there was a stadium in West Places, West Place in Minnesota, that they had built another stadium, that the stadium was available. I say to be the stadium, because there's a traffic, roadway, everything around. It was $250 million. I said, listen, then you build a tourist destination, it's mostly subsidized. You build water park, it's subsidized. I'll do it for the community, you cannot charge me for the land. Economic impact that it's going to bring is going to be much better than what you charge me for $250 million. You give it to me, I'll bring you $2 billion a year every year in economic impact. They went, they studied, they said, yes, you're right, they sold me the land for $5 million. Today, they see billions of dollars. You see, just next door here, we are building a project in New Jersey, next to the MetLife Stadium. I'm sure you heard about that. American Dream. American Dream started with Mills Corporation. He bought the land, they spent $1 billion on it. They couldn't do it. They shut it down. Then another financial institution came. I went over and I said, okay, let me do it now. Because originally I wanted to do the project myself. Then this financial institution got smart. He says, if you tell me it's going to happen, why should I give it to you? I'm going to do it myself. So they went and took it over. They put another $1 billion in there and they lost their shirt. They couldn't do it. The land is a leased land. The government could take over the land and save $2 billion. They went and started asking the people around the world, who is the best person to give it to? They got all of the developers from 10 developers, the biggest one from New York, Los Angeles, Europe, everywhere, to come and analyze it. They come with 20 consultants examining everybody. I said, the only person that can do this is Gary. wanted to develop, they couldn't release it, because they have to release in order to raise financing to do it. Ultimately, we built it, we almost doubled the size of the project.
Mr. Gomez, I understand the other projects that you have, and the last time you presented, you guys did present some projects, but I also think there was a lot of questions from the public at the last meeting that we were hoping, and I think a lot of people came here to hear some of, we had said that their question would be answered, and I'm wondering if maybe we could answer some of the direct questions related to the project right here.
Project here,
Mhm.
what do you mean? All right, come. Okay, go ahead. Okay, still we vote now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernese.
So at the last qualified and eligible hearing, there were many questions posed at the public portion of the hearing. The first thing that we want to address, first thing was regarding CAT's financial qualifications. And several questions were related to the financial capability of CAT. CAT itself is a limited liability company and newly created entity. As such, the financials of the entity itself are not substantive. As you're aware, 555 is the sole controlling member of CAT and will bring its development and financing expertise to the project. At the last hearing, 555's Chief Financial Officer, Mark Wahlberg,
I'm sorry, could you spec who, for financing, who's partners in the financing?
what was that?
Who were the partners in the financing?
It
It's,
said 555 is the sole controlling member of CAT and will bring its development and financing expertise to the project.
and will Illuminati also be contributing to the financing of the project?
Illuminati will be contributing funds, but they will not be contributing to the financing.
Okay.
At the last hearing, 555's Chief Financial Officer, Martin Walrat, submitted testimony regarding 555's financial capacity and valuation of assets that established 555 has the wherewithal to finance projects far larger than the size and scope of the development currently before the board. There were also several questions regarding CAT's ability to complete projects of this size and scope. Just to revisit, the size and scope of the project as defined in the contract that is currently before the town is a project to develop approximately 600 acres of land, specifically requiring the development of 1 million square feet of industrial space and investing $1 million in runway improvements. CAT's development plan will take full advantage of the 2 runways and includes spending at least $1 million to improve both runways with a lighting system, enhanced security, reactivation of the GPS approach system, and general maintenance.
I just have a question about that. Previously, Daniel Preston, when commenting about the runway, said between the security for the runway, the lighting, fixing them up would be more along the lines of $15 million. Is that what your understanding is also?
Right now, we are in the process of doing our studies, but as far as what we've committed to and what the contract states, right now we're committed to the $1 million.
But do you see the $1 million bringing the runway up to where you need them, or that's just your initial commitment?
I couldn't tell you today. I don't think any of us could do that today.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on following up on that also. Will you be seeking any FAA funding for the project, for the improvement of the runways? And are you familiar with the town zoning code that restricts the runway uses to historical uses, which do not allow commuter air carrying? So are you, 1, going to be asking for FAA funding? And 2, do you have any plans of using the runways for anything other than research and development, and testing of helicopters and aircraft as needed with the production of the composites and the technology that you'll be bringing to the site, because air or commuter traveling and passenger travel through our runways is not a permitted use in the zoning.
Right, we understand that.
Okay.
We will not, I mean, the answer is, we're looking to do a commercial airport here, and the answer is no. With regard to FAA, I think that FAA will definitely be involved to some extent, because you can't do any, can't develop any flight patterns or do anything related to flight without actually, working with the FAA. But as far as the actual funding, that's something that we still have to work on, and we're going to explore as we get further into the due diligence.
Okay.
But
My concern is that the East Hampton Airport took FAA funding, and they had to have helicopter and commuter air carriers coming into East Hampton Airport. And when that FAA funding and the timeline expired, then these helicopters are looking for a place to go, and aircraft are looking for places to land. And when you take the FAA funding, sometimes it triggers you're required to bring commuter traffic into the airport. So I just want to be perfectly clear that the zoning does not allow it, and that, the town of Riverhead would frown on any type of application for any type of commuter or helicopter or private jets or any type of commuter flights coming into the airport.
okay.
I have another question also, because we've asked many times to see the operating agreement between Illuminati and 555, and that has not been provided to us. Daniel Preston and Illuminati currently hold the lease to the 10,000-foot runway, and how is that being addressed?
Least to the 10,000-foot runway.
He owns the license on the 10,000.
He has the license.
Will
for
he
that
retain
runway.
that license?
The license is something that, depending on what's, in terms of the actual permitted transfer, if he's allowed to transfer it, then potentially there will be a transfer. If he's not permitted to transfer, and as part of what we're acquiring, we understand that the runways do come with the acquisition, and that would be something that would most likely be forfeited if there was no ability for him to transfer.
Well, and where would that be laid out so that as a town we could see? Because, Daniel, you're saying has no, is not a non-voter in this, but if he does own the 10,000-foot runway, or he has the lease, the license agreement on the 10,000-foot runway, I'd like to see something addressing who will
Yes.
be retaining that. I think that's
It is
important.
referenced. It is referenced in our agreement.
And as,
Will you be sharing that agreement with us?
I believe so.
And can you give us a date since is it signed already?
It is signed.
Okay, and what date was that signed?
That was signed a long time ago. It was,
But there's been amendments to it since then?
there have been amendments to it since then,
Okay.
based on some of the feedback that we've received from the town.
Because as I said, we haven't seen that. We've asked for it at least 4 or 5 times.
We understand.
what we do have, though, is a letter from Daniel Preston that is signed personally by Daniel Preston and also Illuminati Aerospace, as Chief Executive Officer Daniel Preston, saying that the business and affairs of CAT are managed or controlled solely and exclusively by T5 as the managing member of CAT. In all respects, the board of CAT has been terminated. Preston and Illuminati do not have any control, approval, or consent rights with respect to any of the business, operations, or decisions taken by CAT. Without limiting the foregoing, T5 is the managing member of CAT, has full authority, power, and discretion to manage and control the business, affairs, and properties of CAT, to make all decisions of any kind regarding such matters, and to perform any and all other acts or activities, customary or incident, to the management of CAT's business. So when I read this, and it's signed off by Mr. Preston saying that CAT, that he doesn't have any voting rights or any control over the properties owned by CAT, I read this to believe that if CAT were to close on the property, that he would relinquish his runway use agreement too, because it says that CAT would be the manager of all the properties owned by CAT, and the runways would be owned by CAT. Is that correct?
That is correct, 100%. The question is the mechanism on how that happens. Whether that's a forfeit of his runway right agreement or whether or not there's a transfer to CAT.
So that hasn't been worked out, correct?
That our legal team has to figure that out. It's-
So that has not been worked
That has
out?
not been worked out as of yet.
So there's no signed agreement on that? And as
No, there is a signed agreement on that.
But they're not in reference to the runway yet?
No, there is a signed agreement in reference to the runway, but it will be either A, it will be assigned if that is allowed, or it will be forfeited.
If you don't forfeit the runways, if you do retain the runways, what is your timeline for the runway work?
Again, all of the work that we're gonna be doing, I mean, there are a few things that have to happen still regarding the subdivision plan, and in terms of our due diligence, we haven't been able to really determine, but as soon as we have approvals, it's our goal to start work as soon as we can physically get the approvals once we have the appropriate studies that be provided to us. And we will be engaging those companies, and we do have some, Wayne Melnick is here also, that will be involved in that process as well, on PCL.
So I guess my concern is that, we've had dealings with Mr. Preston in the past. As you know, you heard at the last meeting, our lack of confidence in Mr. Preston is what is bringing such scrutiny under the CAP development plan. I guess one of the things that we all, I'll speak for myself, one of the things that I would like to see is that if he signed a notarized letter saying that he's relinquishing all properties and all rights and all decision-making about the properties, that it should be a simple, no, I don't have any control over the runways after CAP closes on it.
And that basically is the case. We just have to figure out if there has to be an official forfeiting of his runway payment, or. But we definitely will. That is the goal. That is the plan, and that is based on our documentation. That's what the documents reflect.
Transfer, not forfeit.
Right. It's either the transfer. Well,
I don't know that he has the ability to transfer it.
right. So that was the only reason why it was a question of whether or not legally he has to transfer it or.
I don't know how that works either, because once you own the whole property, including both runways, I mean, then what right does the Riverhead town have to even
That's the one.
enforce
no,
the runway use agreement?
I think that's a question for our attorney.
Right. Well, that's basically what our understanding was as well, but we still have to make sure that it works with our attorneys.
Well, we would like to see that.
Okay. So, to continue, the primary emphasis of development will be on aviation and technology, permitted supported uses. No residential or mall development will take place. Steve Rogers and James Lima will be providing further specifics later in the presentation. To undertake this project, CAT has brought together a highly experienced team of professionals that include Steve Rogers, who is now retained by CAT, Langen Engineering, James Lima, Planning and Development, and PCL Construction. These highly experienced members all appeared at the February 27th hearing and set forth their extensive experience in developing properties of this size and scope. Development requires planning, engineering, environmental reviews, construction experience, financing, regulation compliance, community collaboration, and the capability to recruit viable tenants to sites that create an economically viable and sustainable project. In our written submission to the board, we have disclosed each team member's qualifications and relevant project lists. These members are here today to the extent you have further questions about these projects. The public has also asked several questions regarding 555's past projects that did not proceed. As a developer, there are projects that 555 will pursue, and given the economics and value as developed through negotiations, 555 will choose not to continue with the deal if it does not appear viable. The projects 555 has developed and financed have been substantial, multi-billion-dollar economic benefit generators in their respective regions, and 555 intends on bringing that development and financing expertise to the FCAL site. 555 The size and requisite financing of these projects are more recent, and more recent project, American Dream, as submitted by 555 CFO at the hearing, far exceed the project currently before the board, and established 555 is more than capable of financing and developing a project of this value and size.
Can you just give us an example of it, you know, we know that you have the Mall of America, we know in the Mall in Canada, you're working in East Rutherford, I believe that you're also starting a project down in Miami, and most of them are in you know, sort of the retail entertainment. Can you just give me an example of an industrial project that you started from the ground up, either in the Northeast here, if there is any in the Northeast, or one that you have done?
Sure. So, one of the developments is called Sunset Park. It's an industrial park that was developed and is owned by the family, still owned by the family. Phase 1 was 200,000 square feet, and there is an expansion plan that is for an additional 300,000 square feet.
And where is that?
Where is it?
That is in Las Vegas.
And when was that project started?
Approximately 15 years ago.
Thank you.
We're happy to provide you additional information on other projects that we've developed
Okay.
as well. As for specific experience in industrial and aviation uses, in addition to the extensive experience set forth by the team, 555 owns several companies that operate in the segment that it will endeavor to bring to EPCAL, the EPCAL site as mentioned earlier by Mr. Nader Ghermezian. Mr. Ghermezian also mentioned 7 companies that have signed letters of interest and would like to join our efforts in Calverton. But this is not something we are just talking about developing in the future. This is something that's actually happening here today, and will continue provided that CAT is approved.
Can I just ask, the companies that you have signed letters of intent, how many of them are actually in production of a product versus still in the R&D phase?
Let's see. Well, you have Simex Technology and Helidex.
I don't think we received any information on Helidex, just so you know, if you want to provide that
Right.
for us.
Yeah, we can definitely provide that to you. Adverse Training and Q-Tech are all companies that are fully operating and not just.
The QTA, they have not signed a letter of intent though yet, correct?
They have.
They have signed a letter of
I believe
intent?
that was.
I
They had mentioned that was the one document that Mr. Ghermezian had given you that was not part of the initial submission.
didn't think that was okay. I'm thinking about expanding and have had preliminary discussions. It doesn't seem like
So,
quite a letter of intent.
so
I
they,
think of preliminary discussions still.
is anybody here from that organization?
No, not today.
So I guess what we want to know is how many square feet they have right now and how many square feet they're looking to
Steve.
expand to.
Steve Rogers can actually talk to that for a minute if you want. They're out of New Mexico, and Steve has dealt with them in.
Well, do you want to get back to that, or do you want to finish your question?
I can continue.
Yeah,
Basically what I was.
because I think you're gonna come down again after, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're
But one of the things I mentioned was that some of these companies, we're not talking about just bringing in the future. They're actually here and actually in the middle of this process on site today. It's not just a dream, it's something that is is actually happening. And one of those people is here with us tonight, and that is, I'd like to introduce Max Howard, founder and CEO of Launcher. He's a tech entrepreneur. The last company he created before Launcher was Livestream, which was acquired last October. Max?
Did you need someone to?
I think Stuart is going to be able to help. Hi, the supervisor, members of the board, and importantly, the member of the Riverhead community. And just adjust this while we go on the slide. You have to go full screen, I think. Sorry. Great. So I'm here today, so thank you for having me, and I'm here today to introduce very briefly what our new startup has been doing, called Launcher. So if we go to the next slide. So right now we're headquartered at the New Lab, which is an incubator in the Brooklyn Navy Yard in New York City. And we have a small team of 4 employees, and we have a temporary test site that we've been operating for the last 6 months at Calverton on the EPCAL property. But let me tell you first about what we are doing. So if you go to the next slide. So our company is developing a rocket or an orbital launcher to deliver satellites from our customer to low Earth orbit. I'll tell you a bit more about the timeline, but we're talking about a 10-year timeline. And there is a major change happening in the satellite industry, whereby satellite used to look like the one on the left, you can see, and you can hardly see the people, but they have a mass of a few thousand kilos, and they're being miniaturized to these tiny satellites that have a mass of about 3 kilograms. So the people that are operating these small satellite constellations are now entrepreneur and VCs that are basically joining this industry that was a very limited to very large billion-dollar company, and they need a way to get to space in a more economical way with smaller rockets. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the product we are developing. We're in the year 1 of our 10-year roadmap. This is our launch vehicle, and it will deliver 300 kilogram satellites to low Earth orbit. Now, to put it in perspective, only 11 countries in the world have ever delivered a payload to orbit with their own rocket. And only 2 VC-funded companies, SpaceX 10 years ago, and very recently, 2 or 3 months ago, Rocket Lab, an American company that is launching out of New Zealand. Now, to clarify, first, we are in the R&D phase, and I'll show you what we've been doing. And second, we're not planning to launch from EPCAL. We're planning to establish our testing center, if obviously the community would like to have us doing this kind of testing and R&D, and eventually our manufacturing base, which has to be close to the testing center for shipping and launch to all the US-approved existing spaceports, such as Kennedy Space Center. To the next slide, please. Let's do it. So our roadmap is very simple, and I'm going to use the next 5 minutes to tell you about what we've been doing and not what we want to do. But to give you a quick summary, last year we've been developing and firing our first engine, Engine 1. We just started our phase 2, where over the next 3 years we'll be building an engine that's 40 times the thrust, 22,000 pounds of thrust, and turbofan fed, a rocket engine. And only when we complete the development of this engine will we scale the team and raise substantially more funding to develop and test fire our launch vehicle. And we expect this whole timeline to take 10 years, and we are at year 1. We just not, well, our anniversary was last week, our first year. So let's go to the next slide. So this is engine 1. This is our first development engine, so this will not get us to orbit. It's a 500 pound of thrust, liquid oxygen and kerosene 3D printed technology. And that's what we're doing today. Next slide, please. This engine is actually 3D printed. A lot of people don't know, but you can actually 3D print in metal. We work with one of the leading company, or probably the leading in DMLS printing called EOS, a multi-billion-dollar company out of Germany. And our engine is printed in just 3 parts. Previously, to build a rocket engine, you needed hundreds of parts traditionally manufactured. This is how it comes out of the printer on the plate. Next step. So when we're based in New York and we need a place to test rocket engine, and obviously with the density of population in the New York and the tri-state area, that's how we discovered EPCAL. And we're very thankful that to date we've been able to test the rocket engine there. We reached out to the previous administration and we were introduced to Illuminati, which our relationship with them is we sublease the little area on the tie-down of the eastern runway, which they're the owner of, for a temporary test site. Go to the next slide. So if you press one more time, it will play the video. So this is our test site. It's all temporary structure based on a container and concrete wall. Right there, you'll see that we test the rocket engine. And then at the back, there are a couple of further containers where we have our temporary control room, where we monitor everything and we control it. But our interest in being here is to lease 5 acres of land and establish a larger, more permanent test facility for a much larger engine. And eventually, obviously, if we succeed, we're a startup, and we can't, promise you the world. We can just promise you that we have credibility and we'll do everything we can to succeed. But eventually, we will be setting up our manufacturing base next to our test site if we are allowed to be here. Next step. So this is the test cell. This is a container. You have basically all the tanks, all the control system, the measurement system that allows us to test this engine. Next step. This is the front. Actually, it doesn't have all the lines yet. It was before we finished building it, but this is the engine at the front of the container. And this is the control room where we can monitor and see everything from a safe distance, where we record all the data and we control everything. So the video we're about to show you was recorded last Thursday. There was a first test of the engine ignition of a 6 second, a second one of 15 seconds. Not sure if you'll hear the audio, but if we press, we'll see. So the reason we're showing you this is we very much believe in action, not just dream. But obviously we're a startup, but this is what we've been doing in the last year. My closing remark will be that we're not asking you to believe that we're going to be filling up EPCAL and bringing you thousands of jobs in a guaranteed way in the next few years. What I can tell you is as a startup, we're trying as hard as we can, and if you let us be here, we will establish our test site. And if we succeed, and we will eventually establish our manufacturing facility. But more importantly is that if you look at every startup environment, it's all about building a community and attracting more and more startups. You have an amazing asset which will attract aerospace companies if you allow them to do this type of testing and others. There's other examples around the country, such as in Mojave. And if you are bringing one company, two companies, but if you bring 10, 20, 30, maybe 100 over 10 years of our size, some will succeed, some will fail. Hopefully it will be us that succeed in a very big way and bring you the hundreds of jobs. But only that way can you really create a base by bringing many small companies and create a base and be sure of creating jobs at the end, engineering jobs. So that's us. Our interest today is that we obviously are very interested in the use that will allow this testing. We had the chance to meet 555 and had a great experience so far. And obviously we would be very excited to see this CAT development happen so that we can secure lease and build a larger facility. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is very, very exciting. I think, I think everybody wants to see aviation. I think everybody wants to see startups succeed. But just some practical information. You say that you'll be developing over the next 10 years. How many people do you see being employed at PAL over the next 10 years through launcher?
So next 3 years, the company, we expect about 10 people. And I would expect probably about 1/3 of them to be full-time at MCAP. Once we have our engine, we believe we'll be able to attract substantial capital. Just to give you an idea, the next phase, right now we've raised millions of dollars, not yet tens of millions. We're right now closing a round to fund the engine development, which we expect will be about $10 million or thereabout. And
that
then,
will take you into year 3 or into year 6?
no, through to year 3, next 3 years. And we have funding through this year already. And then to scale the team and build the orbital launch vehicle, and you also need to build, you can't just fund one test, you need about 3 to 4 tests. Historically, things don't go well the first time you launch. We expect that to take about $100 million. So whether we'll succeed at building an engine, we're very confident with my track record. Whether the climate will still be there for new launch companies and will succeed at raising the $100 million, we will see. And as I mentioned, we're doing everything we can to do it.
And so in year 10, what do you see, how many people do you see
So
employed at PAL?
if you look at other companies that are building launch vehicles of similar size, like Rocket Lab, you get a company that above 100 people, under 200. So I think the scope is year 5, which is 4 years from now, year 6, if everything goes perfectly, which it never does with startup, maybe 100 people here is I think the scope of our first phase. Now, if we succeed, who knows, right? We're not a 10-year company, we want to be a 30, 50-year company. So it could be much bigger, but as an entrepreneur, I'm not here to promise that. I'm here to tell you what we're doing, and that we are, bringing investors and putting all the energy we have to make it succeed. We'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Dr. Jesse Powell is founder and president of Maglev Strategies, LLC, in which capacity he works to identify new markets and opportunities for Maglev technologies. He coordinates between Maglev 2000 Inc. and third-party companies in the scoping of new projects and manages technology transfer issues. Currently, he is focused on Maglev freight transport, Maglev space launch, Maglev energy storage, and Maglev water transport as the areas most likely to attract funding in the United States. Dr. Powell holds a BS in biology from University of California, San Diego, and MS in molecular biology from San Diego State University, and a PhD from Scripps Institution of Oceanography.
Hello. Hi, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I thank the board. I thank the board and citizens of Riverhead for this chance to address this issue. I'm here today because, first of all, now CAT, or to be CAT, is a really excellent opportunity for new technologies like Maglev to be built here on Long Island. I represent a consortium of scientists, engineers, companies, academics who would like to build the next generation of Maglev technology here in New York.
Is Maglev a new technology, or it's been around for a while?
It's the first generation that's been around for a while. I have a couple slides about it.
Okay.
Actually, the first generation was invented 50 years ago now by my father, James Powell, and Gordon Danby at Brookhaven National Lab. Their designs form the basis of the Japanese Maglev that is being built today between Tokyo and Nagoya. And will transport passengers at 315 miles an hour
funding it back then here in the US?
Was there much interest by US?
Yes.
Initially there was, and then there was a lot of political maneuvering from the automobile industry and the aviation industry. It was viewed as a zero-sum game by people at the time. As I'll go into, there's a real opportunity to bring a second generation magnet technology back to the US. Next slide, please. The 30-second primer on what maglev is. A lot of people here in America don't realize that maglev is an existing technology. It's not some sort of sci-fi thing that's off in the future. Actually, most people probably know about it from Black Panther or the Hunger Games, where maglev shows up, and that's about the extent of it. But as I said, systems are being built today in Japan and in China. China's rolling out 5 maglev city systems in their major cities, and they're building a high-speed version as well. So in Asia, maglev is doing great. The total R&D budgets for these endeavors have been in the multiple billions of dollars, and tens of billions of dollars in new construction is going in Asia as we speak.
How much are they spending on this in the United States?
At the moment, zero. So a lot of people are also under the impression that maglev is a very complicated technology and is necessarily expensive and difficult to build here in the United States. But the reality is that maglev, the vehicles themselves are basically empty boxes, or you can think of them as airplane fuselages that go along the ground. And then there's some magnets attached to the bottom of them. And because there's no friction with the contact with the ground, they move at high speed, up to 350 miles an hour, and they have very low operating and maintenance budgets. The main issue thus far over the history of maglev has been, everybody's been looking at maglev as a way to just make a faster train. Especially in this country, getting the government to pay for passenger rail systems is a challenging proposition. They require high subsidies, and people don't want to put billions of dollars into a train system that will take you hours and hours and hours to get to where you want. Long Island Railroad is actually the exception to the rule. It's the most traveled commuter rail system in the United States by quite a long way. Our innovation for the second generation is that we want to carry freight. Next slide, please. Why do we want to carry freight? It's because that's where the money is. The freight market is 100 times larger than the passenger rail market. About $800 billion has been spent on interstate trucking, on freight trucking per year in the United States. A good portion of that is long-haul trucking, distances greater than 500 miles. We think by capturing the roll-on, roll-off truck freight market and the container freight market, we can create maglev networks across the United States that are self-funding and require no government subsidies, and because the infrastructure is now there, can also carry passengers at lower cost and no subsidies. Just for example, if you wanted to roll your truck on in Los Angeles, you could have it roll off in 8 hours. That saves trucking companies huge operating expenses. We can afford to charge them about half their operating expenses and still make a profit, and they make a profit, and everybody wins. The other reason to think about this is that to the year 2050, the world is going to undergo a huge infrastructure boom. About $165 trillion will be spent on infrastructure going into 2050. A large part of that on roads and on other transportation systems. And if we can deliver the most cost-efficient transportation system, we think this is a huge opportunity. Next slide, please. So CAT is a really interesting and fantastic site. It's the only remaining site on the island that has enough land for a test track. We have a 3-phase plan, building a 1-mile long test track in the beginning, then a 3-mile long test track, and then opening it up to a pilot project along the Long Island Railroad. This area is also unique in that we have Brookhaven National Lab nearby with world-leading magnet scientists. Not many people know that the magnets that go into the Large Hadron Collider and other important projects around the world are due in large part to the work done at Brookhaven. The site has a good electrical grid on the site, and as I mentioned before, maglev vehicles are similar to airplane fuselages that go along the ground, so we will be, we intend on working with advanced composites companies and taking advantage of the synergy of different technical resources here. The proximity to the local universities in New York City is important, and then Long Island Railroad is a great candidate for a pilot program. The east end of Long Island is not well served by Long Island Railroad. There's not many trains per day, and it takes a long time to get to places, and it's not electrified. So we foresee in a phase 3 of a research center program of actually building out a maglev test line from Ronkonkoma to Riverhead and then points beyond. Next slide, please. So the specific benefits to Riverhead Town, if we're successful in bringing a maglev research center to here, we're anticipating funding requirements of $150 million or more in research and development funding to build test tracks, pay for engineers and so on. We would work well with the other aviation and technology companies that are hoping to come to the site. And hopefully, this leads to a manufacturing renaissance for the area. The potential demand for maglev is on the same scale as for aviation in general. And if somebody were to come to you and say, we would like to start the aviation industry here in Riverhead, and we're going to build tens of thousands of planes, that would be an amazing opportunity. Maglev is similar, looking out over the coming decades, as the starting point for the seed crystal for a new industry. And then finally, as a person who's grown up on Long Island and then went to school in California and then in Colorado, I think it's really important for the town and for all Long Islanders to really think about building these sorts of incubators as a resource for the future of education and our kids. I've been an observer of the Brookhaven National Lab maglev contest for a couple of years now. My dad has done it for 30 years. This is where school kids from all over Long Island and New York come to Brookhaven Lab with their model maglev trains, and they have contests. And this year it's over 200 school kids from 12 different school districts. And the excitement that I see in these kids' eyes is important. These types of technologies and those by the other companies that hope to come to CAT are important for our kids' futures. I encourage your support. That's it.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I know your dad was involved in this, and I think it's very exciting. I mean, bringing second generation maglev would be wonderful. I know you've been at this project for a while.
A couple of years, myself for a few years, 3 years.
A few years. And have you found it difficult? You've been finding it difficult to find funding to move forward with it?
Yeah, especially in the United States. People read the news, they see the state of our infrastructure. The infrastructure report card says that we need $2 trillion just to bring our existing infrastructure up to a state of good repair. Everybody knows the state of our roads. I think the mistake we've made in the past is not bringing industry and government together in public-private partnerships to really make these things happen. The funding model has changed over the last couple decades, and at this moment in time, I think there's a real opportunity for something like MagLab to have a public-private partnership, whereas in the past, that just wasn't an option.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just wanted to say that, thank you, first of all, Jesse, but I think it's also just important to clarify that it's my understanding that Japan Rail actually was committed or had committed millions of dollars to R&D and build out, and actually had expressed interest in an R&D facility here at EDCO, but because of the capacity or the restraints that they were unable to move forward on that. I also believe that.
Can you, what year was that?
Yes.
That was before, Chris Kemper was communicating with them over the years. I'm not sure.
I just remember that in conversation at some point
Okay, thank you.
they actually worked with it. We also have Sonex Technologies and Composite Prototyping Center. Lenny Overomo is not here tonight, but I think that Max was going to give a presentation. He kind of addressed some of that. I think you have some slides for it.
Max, I'll spell your name for you.
Honorable Supervisor, Council members, I'll be brief since this presentation was presented last time. Let's go over what our capabilities are, what we can do, and how we see our growth. Our talent comes from the industry. We give back to the industry, and all these companies you see there, listed in magenta colors, are how engineers came from those companies, to the other companies have actually, companies that we provided components for their aircraft and helicopters. Our goal basically, a mission goal basically, in this industry is to develop, to become a primary supplier to the OEMs, and OEMs is original equipment manufacturer, that would be like this, Sikorsky, Boeing, Pratt & Whitney, and also a first-tier supplier to the suppliers to Boeing's, Boeing, Pratt & Whitney, or Sikorsky and so on. Primarily, our business is composite technology development geared to aerospace. Fortunately, we have ended up doing development for industry which was not aerospace, but energy. And that involved in blades for windmills and also power use innovation, like the company I mentioned before. Next. This is one of our contracts that we have with the Navy, developed thermoplastic flooring for the CH-53K helicopter. It passed phase 1, it's in the middle of phase 2. It has about 54 of these panels in various sizes in one helicopter. It weighs about 30% lighter than existing metal floor panels, and it basically costs almost the same as the existing aluminum floor panels. And the idea would be is to replace the existing one with thermoplastic one, and thereby increase the mission of the helicopter or increase the payloads, whichever the Navy wants to do. As I mentioned before, this is approximately $400,000 of revenue per helicopter, so if you multiply that by 300 helicopters, we're talking about, I can add numbers, right? $120 million. So, next. This is a housing for an energy pump.
And you would be looking
production will be 100%. Being a relatively small company, the idea would be is to take the entire production line and put it in one place to be more efficient and basically capacity and also both opportunity. This is a housing for a heat pump, which basically uses helium that pumps up and down within the pump. It has a motor that pumps up the helium to the hot stage, to the cool stage. It uses primarily electricity, but cuts the electricity usage by about 50% compared to what we have today for heating and air conditioning. But you don't see the physical aspect of the pump, but you see the housing of it. It's fairly complex. This unit is only about 23 inches long and about 12 inches in diameter. Actually, less than that, with a wall thickness, 12 inches. The issue with that unit is once we get the green light for production, we have to be ready with that development. And we are now physically designing it. We're going to build a prototype with it and use it in the validation testing. Validation testing is being conducted in Detroit. The engineering for the pump is being done at Stony Brook, and the composite engineering is done with Siemens and CPC. The next item is a helicopter blade. The request right now is for 400 blades, up to 600, but the basic line is always 600, but you know right now. The idea would be to fly a prototype vehicle on that unit in 2017. It's a tall order. We are only assigned the blade, to develop the blade. The blade is basically a carbon epoxy blade with an innovative method of fabrication. And it will be fabricated in our facility at CPC. When I say our facility, unfortunately it's not our facility, it's a facility that we pay and rent from CPC. Now we have a manufacturing team of CPC working on this. So we provide engineering, they provide manufacturing.
And at full build-out production, you're looking at between
This is 400 units.
40,000 square feet, or?
No. The issue is basically we start with 10,000 before production. Once we have some kind of an LWIP. LWIP stands for low weight production. Full production, I would say between these three units I mentioned before, could be 75,000 square feet. The issue is also the weight. If this 400 turns out to be 400 only in the period of 2 years rather than 1 year, then you have more space. You don't need as much space, and you can actually use less space. And that basically depends how this evolves. If this is successful, we're talking about in two years from now that we'll go into production. That will go into production faster if it's successful. The other unit, the pump, it depends on the pump. The same like you develop something with an aircraft, if the pump becomes a success, basically it goes through a gyration of life cycle tests. Almost like an aircraft, we do fatigue testing. They have to cycle this thing, I can't remember the hours, but we're talking about the equivalent of a life of 5 years. Which means you're not going to put an air conditioning in your house unless you know it lasts for 5 years. And the idea is they want to validate it, that it'll work for 5 years. The pump works, everything is fine. The energy savings have been validated. Once we get a life capability of that unit, this will go into production. This is not an expensive part, but the number of units is phenomenal. They're talking about starting with 10,000 units. They're talking about maybe 22, talking about 20,000 units. I take it with a grain of salt, the numbers, because I'm not sure about how fast they will bring it into market as far as validating the life capability of the unit. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're supposed to test it 2x life, which means they want 5 years after the equivalent of 10 years life. And they do it by accelerating the pump, just like they do with the aircraft. There are many other projects that are basically on a threshold. We physically cannot do it. We don't have the resources to put out cash up front, and the manpower, obviously, we can't hire people to do the job. And I believe once a few production units start, our R&D will have the capability to do a lot more. The fortunate part with the DoD is if you would do R&D work for the DoD, there's progress payments right away. Well, you're limited maybe to 8% fee or 10% at the most to the profit, but the idea is you can expand your R&D as much as the contract allows you. And that is a tremendous amount of opportunity to get DoD contracts on various composite applications. And we don't shy from submarines, we don't shy away from ground vehicles, helicopters, aircraft, and the opportunity will come our way once we are willing to have our own R&D funding to move forward. And I have to say, I have a small team of engineers small school called Von College Aeronautics up in Queens. Grumman Aerospace had that school. The school used to be called College Aeronautics. We used to hire half of the design engineers came out of that school. I basically look forward every time I go there to interview students and potential candidates. Look at this summary, basically. We're talking about full-scale development, engineering capability, and we talk about fabrication and validation capability. We have all that capability to develop. One thing we don't have here is production, and the best we can do, low-rate production. And then basically, the next slide basically saying is, if I can do low-rate production, I don't have to do it. If I can do low-rate production, I will expand my capability in business development to expand the business. Basically, one feeds the other. I have to say that in the last 4 months, we have received a substantial amount of additional work for development. What's interesting is it's not development necessarily for assignment, but development for CPC. Assignments get benefit to do the engineering for them, and that includes Sikorsky, Pratt & Whitney, DuPont, and the development is advanced composite technology. That's our focus.
Max, I just have a question. I think when you came up before, you had said possibly that there was a thought to move upstate
Yes.
at one point. Coming here, and I mean, I know working on Long Island, developing products here on Long Island is expensive. What makes your decision, whether is it, you know, the rate of rent, is it, you know, what your funding is it tax incentives, is it tax, you know, support, economic support from the state?
Talent. Upstate New York is very difficult to get talent.
Okay.
I'm not taking away from their capability as human beings. Training is not available up there. And to get technicians out there is difficult. Now, the idea was, well, we'll do it, we'll do it. At least here, there's an opportunity to be able to do it. If you have one technician who is as good as Stu from upstate New York in terms of his training and ability and dedication, it's worth better than taxation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I'll cover for Lenny. Lenny's not here. He's not coming on business. On the CPC, basically, high school STEM training, I mentioned that before. That the training for CPC, STEM is basically part of their charter mission to basically train young adults to go into engineering, and especially composites. And in addition to that, to train technicians to be able to have the talent on the island. And it's worked out very well. We have already trained 2 technician groups on the island, usually between 15 and 18 students. And those were not technicians who were basically out of the front street. They came from the aerospace industry and basically were introduced to further advancement in composites. They went back to their respective companies to work. One of them was here on the island. I guess I don't think they would like me to mention the name.
Okay.
But it was a good size company.
Okay.
The idea would be basically is to take the STEM training out all the way out to Eastern Long Island, which would include Carlton and this area. And besides that, to take the mission training out to facilities up here. And then you'll have more of an opportunity to trade with companies who will develop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Mr. Amazing went through some of the other companies, and Helidex, Average Training, and QTech. So I'm going to continue. As for CAT's specific experience in handling environmental remediation, our environmental engineering firm, Langen, is here today to respond to any further questions beyond the written responses that were submitted. The public public also inquired further about the project itself and the businesses that would operate on the site. We have Steve Rogers here today to further explain our initial project concept, and James Lima that will detail the initial conceptual layout of proposed phases of development. Finally, regarding working with unions, 555 has entered into labor agreements for both the American Dream Project and for the Mall of America. They have experience negotiating with unions and have the ability and experience to do that here. Steve Rogers has more than 3 decades in the aerospace and composites field. He has worked for a number of companies including Boeing, Lockheed, Heltechna, and ITT. He is a trustee on the Global Board of Directors and past international president for the Society for Advanced Material and Process Engineering. He also serves on the advisory board of the National Crafting Association, helping to educate the technical communities and support the entrepreneur in the successful commercialization of this important advanced material. In 2005, Steve began working with the Governor's Office of Economic Development and the Economic Development Corporation of Utah to strengthen the composites industry. By the end of 2008, total job creation exceeded 10,000 job openings. In 2012, he received the Utah Governor's Medal for Science and Technology for that work. Steve?
Just in case, all this information that we have up here in the binder is online on the town website. So,
Sorry I missed that introduction, but I heard it sounded pretty impressive. It's an honor and pleasure to be addressing you again. As soon as we get the technical stuff squared away, I'll get started here.
10. Section 10.
Consultants are always prepared. All right, thank you. First of all, I'm going to start with a little personal history, fairly recent. I was flying out here last Monday. Somewhere over Michigan, I got a text sent to me that said, meeting's been postponed. Of course, I didn't get that until I got to New York. Kennedy Airport was able to turn my airplane mode off and get my messages. And I decided that I wanted to stay on instead of going home and coming back. So I stayed around this week. I spent this weekend here in Riverhead because I thought it was important for me to get to know the community just a little bit. So I wandered around Saturday morning. I got my ticket for the St. Patrick's Day feast over at the Polish Hall. In the process, I found out there's a public market there, farmer's market. Went in there, talked with a bunch of people. Had a great time. I really like this community. And the people that I talked to were very receptive to what we're doing, what our plan is, what our vision is. And I realized that's not what you're here for, really, not to assess the plan and vision so much as to assess our eligibility and our qualifications, right?
No, there's also the plan. That's
Also the plan.
yeah,
Okay,
it's
well, that's good.
that is a major part of this, what
Okay.
what the plan is.
So I found people were very receptive to the vision that we had. When I was here the first time, I had an eye chart for you, and it looked something like I wasn't able to attend that because you also had a snowstorm that shut down Kennedy Airport. So I was doing it by WebEx from Paris at the time.
I
Because
think we have
couldn't-
another one coming up too.
Beg your pardon?
We have another snowstorm coming up also.
Yeah, the day that I leave. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have a funny feeling I may have brought this with me from Utah, but I'm not real sure about that. But what I did is I took this, I broke it out into some fairly painful slides, I think. A lot of detail to it. I don't want to go into that level of detail tonight. I want to talk to major bullet points, answer questions when you have them. But I want to keep it down to basically 4 whys and 1 what. Those are the questions I'm going to address. Number 1, why this project? Why is this project important to us? Aviation and aerospace are projected to grow at an astounding rate in the next 2 decades. Airbus and Boeing disagree a little bit on the actual numbers, but they both agree that it's about 40,000 new aircraft, commercial aircraft, that will enter service by 2038. There was also an article that came out last week that said there will be 117,000 new commercial pilots that will be needed. This is commercial pilots by 2036. This is an indication that this business is continuing to, but fly. It's taking on. It's getting bigger as we move on. Part of the reason for this is that in third world countries, China and India specifically, in a lot of cases they're neglecting to connect cities together by rail and by road because it's so expensive, instead of putting in airports. And they're going to transport their populations by air. That's going to account for an awful lot of this growth. Unmanned vehicle applications are increasing exponentially. We've all read about Amazon, drone deliveries, and all of those things. All of that's happening. We also have unmanned cars, some more successful than others. We also have something people don't think about much, and that's submersibles. Submarines that are remotely piloted or unmanned, operating by software, pardon me. And those kinds of things are all increasing. The beauty of this is that we start looking at what I call the ecosystem of aviation technology. It's more than just airplanes. There are a lot of other elements that enter into that. And that's a little bit of what I'm going to talk about tonight, because what we can put together at Calverton is much bigger than just airplanes and helicopters. Range problem here, there we go. So why this project? The aerospace ecosystem draws from a lot of other adjacent technologies, as I just said. Energy storage is part of it. Certainly when you're talking electric vehicles, that's part of it. When you're talking efficiency of aircraft, the fuel of any kind is going to become an issue. How do you handle that? Software is always a big thing. And it's certainly a big thing with drones. It's a big thing with automobiles. It's also a big thing with commercial aircraft. Software development is a big deal, and the elements of software development are similar from one discipline to another. So it may make sense to locate a software development company in Calverton. Wherever you have software, you have a need for cybersecurity. I think that's going to be an element of what we put into Calverton. Material science, definitely. And it goes way beyond carbon fiber and epoxy and thermoplastics. It goes to graphene, it goes to nanotechnology, it goes to high temperature ceramics and superconductive ceramics for maglev. I mean, there are a lot of material developments that could take place at Calverton, especially in cooperation with some of the local technical universities. Transit is a big deal. Transit kind of hits on all of this. I mean, there are just a lot of different things. Avionics, I didn't put up there, but avionics, the electrical systems that help to drive the aircraft also have applications in all of these other areas. So there's more to it than just aerospace. It's an attempt to create an environment for high technology businesses that create high-paying jobs. And that really is the key. That's what we set out to do in Utah, was to create high-paying jobs. Each high-paying job creates up to 5 service sector jobs. And don't think of service sector as Taco Bell and Burger King. Service sector includes doctors, nurses, teachers, a lot of people who are in every sense of the word professionals, but not exactly tied to the aerospace community. They need to be there to help support those jobs that come in. Why here? The site offers advantages that very few areas offer. We have a unique combination of assets. We have runways, as you know, two of the longest runways in the Northeast. We have aviation infrastructure that's built into place, including rudimentary hangars. We have more that we plan to build out the square footage there. We have open space, and that's good for a number of reasons. I mean, there are programs that are going to demand a certain amount of open space for development. Proximity to open water, again, this goes back to the possibility of working with the Navy, for instance, in developing submersibles. And while situated in a rural space, Calverton enjoys close proximity to the New York metro area, which has a large, diverse workforce. I think it would be naive to say that everybody who works there is going to come from Riverhead. But I think it would also be naive to say that nobody at Riverhead is going to work there. I think the creation of jobs is a major thing. We also have to have the specialties in place that we're looking for. So why now? Why number 3? Timing is everything. And here I'm going to take a risk with you. I'm going to talk about a couple instances of timing. The first one is maybe not so intuitively obvious, the Black Plague. Generally considered by most people would be a bad thing, and if you're one of the 30% of the people who died during the Black Plague in Europe, that probably was a bad thing. But if you're part of the 70%, the good news, what you got to agree with, was that you got all the goods from the 30% who died. So people all of a sudden had more stuff. To go along with that, there were fewer craftsmen and artisans. So the value of artisans and craftsmen went up, their wages went up, they had more work. So there was an unprecedented level of prosperity in Europe at that time. As always, when people gain prosperity, they go toward discretionary expenditures, and in this case, they wanted what all royalty had, underwear. So they started wearing linen underwear. And with time, the linen underwear wore out. It just does that. And that led to a whole new trade of rag dealers who came and collected the underwear. They took the underwear, they would beat it to a pulp in a water slurry, they put it on a screen, and they create paper. Nice. It's nice. But it wasn't really, really nice until a few decades later when Gutenberg invented the printing press. And now you have an abundant supply of paper and a way to mass produce printing. And this led directly to the Renaissance and the spread of information. Timing is everything, and it's the confluence of those things that creates that kind of synergy. A little more recent one, the iPad was conceptualized by Steve Jobs 30 years before they had the technology to be able to do it. 30 years. It was 10 years before Star Trek had it in the next generation. And now, everybody effectively has one in their pocket. And we wouldn't have thought of that a decade ago, would we? Now maybe a decade, maybe, but not 15 years. The fortuitous convergence of technology and business makes the timing right for this venture, especially in the areas surrounding transport delivery. Commercial aviation is, as we said, taking off, pun intended. I always intend my puns. They very seldom happen by accident. Commercial aviation is about to go crazy, and if you think it's busy right now, just give it a few years. You've got regional jets, not only from Embraer and from Bombardier. You've got them coming on from Japan, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. You've got Comac in China. You've got people all over the world are realizing that this is the growing business. They want to get in on it. Amazon is delivering things by drones. That's only one of the drone elements that's catching on right now. The applications for drones spread from monitoring vineyards for water content and the health of plants to delivering products and picking up sick people and taking them to the hospital. And I mean, the list of applications develops on a daily basis. I read about 30 journals a week. You'd be amazed at some of the things that are coming down the pike. Commercial space. We heard from Max Hopp just a few minutes ago. We hear about Elon Musk all the time. Elon Musk is he's a big thinker, and he wants to shoot big things into orbit. He wants to go to Mars, and that requires big stuff. But there's a lot of little stuff out there. I mean, anybody who's been in the satellite business like I have knows that every pound you launch into orbit costs a lot of money. And so there's a big effort now, especially with nanotechnology and miniaturization of circuits, to take the size of your satellites down. Yes, for living space, you need a big space. You're going to put up a 30 by 30 foot module for the first hotel made by Bigelow. That's going to take up some space. But an awful lot of the practical satellite work that's coming along now are CubeSats and ThumbSats and NanoSats. And those are things that are less than a foot on a side, down to a centimeter on a side. I know a fellow in Mexico who's making a very handsome business right now, supplying CubeSats to people who want to shoot their ashes into space and become a shooting star for a brief moment when they're orbit decay. So commercial space is a big deal. I think Max is really onto an interesting niche market, because while everybody else seems to be going bigger, 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 he's going, wait a minute, satellites are going smaller, smaller, smaller. What do you mean? I think it's a brilliant plan. Autonomous software, software for autonomous vehicles. There, as I say, similarities from one type of autonomy to another that have good crossover. And then we're looking at environmentally responsible technologies. I mean, drones are going heavily toward electrical systems. Refined cars are going toward electrical systems. Battery storage is a big deal. I mean, all of these things bring a synergy to Calverton that's spread across many different technologies, not just aerospace. So the big question number 4, why 555? 555 has a proven track record of partnering with local communities to create value. It's what they do. 555 has the financial means to create the necessary ecosystem at Calverton. Not everybody can say that. 555 is in it for the long haul. And for the short time that I've worked with them, in all of the sidebar conversations we have, this is one thing that really impresses me. They do not move into a community, invest some money, pull out, and leave. They're not day traders. They're committed to the long haul. 555 has a strong social conscience. There are some projects they just won't touch, and this goes from social conscience to environmental conscience. They are people of great integrity. 555 has clearly demonstrated their ability to manage large, complex projects. You only have to drive about 10 hours to get 50 miles up the road to see one of them. Infrastructure, part of the infrastructure we want to build out is improved transport. 555 is experienced in building manufacturing and R&D space for high-tech companies. They own several high-tech companies already, many of which may occupy Calverton. They're in discussions right now. 555 has built educational institutions. They're a good company to deal with. So what's in it for Riverhead? I mean, we've been through this all several times before, but let's do a quick review. Well-paying, sustainable jobs. Both of those elements are important. It's good to have well-paying jobs. It's not good to have well-paying jobs for 6 months. We want those jobs to be sustainable. It's good for Riverhead and the East End small businesses. Contrary to some of the concerns, we're not coming in to build a shopping mall and take over. Lord knows that we don't have the population out here to support another shopping mall anyway. What we're going to do is bring business to downtown Riverhead. We're going to lower the tax rate for locals potentially. I mean, that kind of depends on how you vote, but with the extra revenues coming in, you certainly have that potential to either lower the tax burden or to not increase the tax burden and still be able to support your infrastructure as a town. We have ongoing revenue growth each year in the plan, and James will address some of that. We have revenue coming in, and each year it grows. We have improved community infrastructure because of that increasing revenue growth. Economic security and stability, and enhanced quality of life. And when I say enhanced quality of life, I mean, one of the things I'm talking about is, I heard expressions this week when I talked to people in the town. My kids were raised here. aren't jobs for them. There aren't enough jobs for them. There aren't the right jobs for them. So they left. When it takes $250,000 for you to bring a child from kindergarten through 12th grade, it would be nice if they could remain in the community where they grew up. It would be nice for them to have that option. That's what I mean by enhanced quality of life. I mean, it's nice that the increased revenue growth is going to help with firefighting, police, and schools and all of that. But it really, at the end of the day, it comes down to that thing we like to call family. So in conclusion, this project leverages the unique and significant assets of Riverhead and Suffolk County, and they are substantial, honestly. There are a lot of places in this country that would kill for an opportunity like this. But there's something special at Calverton, there's something special in Suffolk County that we can take advantage of. There's a talented workforce available. There's a national lab close by. High caliber research institutes in the local area. Irreplaceable runway and infrastructure for aviation and for testing other things as well. Land vehicles. There's a legacy of aviation technology, and people keep referring back to that. I remember the old days when the Tomcats were flying around. Let's build on that. It's aligned with public economic development policies, and public support for sustainable job creation, I think, is there. So, with that, I'm going to turn this over to James, unless there are questions you have.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I mean, I think we all hope for this vision, and I think that this is something that we'd like to see here in Riverhead. And I think there have been a lot of people that have been trying to make this happen for many years. I know, this is an aviation ecosystem, but as we were saying when you came up, we're not just looking for a vision, we're also looking for the plan to create that vision. And I think part of that plan is knowing who the stakeholders are coming in. I think you yourself have said there's 4 points to creating communities like this. Part of them is having one large tenant to be able to support some of the startups here. And I guess that's my question. I'm not hearing that large tenant. I know you're saying Bobadilla, they're in Canada, they're in upstate New York, they're not here on Long Island. Do you envision somebody like that coming here? You have other large companies that are making planes down in South Carolina, not here on Long Island. Who do you envision, or what is the plan to attract a large stakeholder to be able to support the businesses that we've seen present here tonight?
That's an excellent question. It's a good point. And it's one for which I have to say, having been at this for about a month now, it's difficult to get the kind of traction you're asking about in that period of time. You're talking to big companies. There's a bureaucracy that you have to work through. There are decisions that have to be made. I'm frankly pleased that we've gotten as many letters of intent as we have. And it's going to take a matter of digging in, and digging in big time, once we get green lighted for the project.
Okay, I mean, I think one of the things we struggle with is that this contract has been in place. We've had Illuminati in place, and Illuminati has been at this for almost a year, trying to attract some of these bigger businesses here, and he has not been successful at doing that. So it's while you have stepped in just in this past month as well as 555, this has been an ongoing effort in this project for this town for almost a year. So,
and I would suggest that ongoing effort goes back a couple of decades from what I've read online, but I Googled, right? I mean, it's just the amount of tax revenue that would have come from that property had it been transferred, even if nothing was ever built, would have been substantial. I think that it's going to take a little bit of time to build this out. It's going to take a little bit of time to do it properly. But I think that there's a big difference between the resources of Illuminati and the resources of 555.
but do you see part of the development plan here is that in 12 to 24 months there'll be 1 million square feet built out? Do you see in aviation? And do you see that as a real possibility?
I don't know that in 12 months, maybe 24. I don't know what the schedule looks like for that. But I know personally want to spend more time with people at Riverhead to make sure that what we're doing really meshes with what their desires are as a community. The last thing I want to do is come in and presume I know more about what they want than they do. It's always a bad plan. But we're going to have to take a good look at that, and then we're going to have to put together that infrastructure. Specifically, what business do we want located, where do we want them, and how do we attract them?
Well, you are aware that this contract does come with the intended development plan. You have read that, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay, and so that really is the vision. I mean, that's been worked on over a year, that's what's been negotiated. And, you know, that includes aerospace, that includes Illuminati, that includes the companies being built out from that. So do you see the intended development plan being something different than what is written in within the contract? But 18 to 24 months for build out of 1 million square feet, you feel would be?
I'm not an expert in that area, but I'm going to have to.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think that is the planner here that's gonna be working with 555 and CAT on putting together the infrastructure for the sewer and the water so that you can build out the square footage? Because I know that right now, you know, we're pretty close to capacity in the sewage treatment plant. So I'm just curious as to, the town of Riverhead ventured into a subdivision map that doesn't have health department approval as of yet for the sewer and the water. We're still trying to get through the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. And I'm just wondering if your planners have reached out to anybody with the new map that Illuminati has put together with the development proposed right around the runways, and what the prospective infrastructure costs might be, and approximately how long it would take to put that infrastructure in so that you could break ground.
Wow, was that all in one breath?
It was. I'm good for that.
Wow, I'm impressed. I mean, I used to be an actor, I couldn't do that. I'm going to have to say that I'm not aware of that, and that's why we've got a team. I don't know if anybody's here from that part of the team tonight or not. Langer? Langer? Sure. Okay.
Good evening, Dave Charette, C-H-A-R-E-T-T-E, Lang Engineering. The question was about, getting to actual construction on the property, in reviewing the material on the website. There are a number of things that need to be done. The draft agreement for sale talks about the town getting the sewer district extended onto the property. So there's that hurdle as well as the water service. Then there'll be a subdivision permit with the State Department of Environmental Conservation that will need to be worked through, and then coming into the town for a site plan review. So that process would take, 1 to 2 years in and of itself before you even break ground, if you will. But during that interim, we can certainly start work on the runway improvements as long as they're maintenance oriented and not expanding the runway. I think the DEC would want to have the subdivision permit perfected before you start that expansion work versus maintenance work.
And have you taken a look at the runway, or?
No, we've just started our preliminary due diligence, so we've not gotten very far into the project, but reading the materials.
But this is your area of expertise, I assume, so if I asked you, would $1 million cover the repairs on the runway, even to have them brought up to any sort of speed?
Again, we haven't done any inspections yet on site.
Okay.
Did that answer the question?
I guess Mr. Preston and Illuminati came to the town board and said, we don't like your subdivision map, we want to create our own subdivision map. And they went about going through a surveyor and proposing 2 lots that were oriented next to the runways, and the sewage treatment plant's on site, and the health department's recommended that the sewer be pumped north of the groundwater divide, and I'm just, there's a due diligence period from the time that if you are found to be qualified and ineligible, there's a due diligence period that we would expect that you would have at least a jump start on getting these answers for us. So I'm a little bit disappointed that we don't have any of those answers available this evening.
Well, the secret process that the town went through for many years processed those issues, and within the EIS that I've read, there were certain answers to those questions to a point. But this, you have to extend the sewer district. It's a mapping process. State and county. And that's in the agreement for sale that, the town will go ahead and do that work first. So you can't apply to extend your sewer line and do that construction work until that district map is changed. So there is a process that we'll have to go through. The EIS was pretty clear, it worked through those issues in terms of demand, and that the sewage treatment plant will have to keep pace, if you will, with the development, and as you bring different portions of the development online over time. So there's definitely going to be a phasing process that we have to work closely with the sewer district to understand how they're moving forward and making sure that, we keep pace with each other as the demand for sewage grows. And same with the water demand. We have those issues. And that's part of, designing the project, planning the project, getting the permits and phasing it so that everybody's in sync, so that they have proper sewer and water in place before you move on to your next phase. Thank you very much.
And I apologize for saying Langer, I really make apple juice when these folks know, so. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm James Lima. Pleasure to be here. Before I speak to the economics of the project and the labor force, I just wanted to comment that as a former public official in New York City for many years, I had the opportunity to oversee more than 24 developer designation for large-scale, mixed-use, complex projects. And in that time, I have never come across a development company with the kind of development and financial capability that this firm has. And also striking is the level of support that they've been able to maintain from local communities where they do business, which is not unusual for the affordable housing developers and housing developers who become friendly neighbors in their communities, but for an industrial and commercial developer functioning at the scale they do, it's really a tribute to the attention they pay and the contributions they make to communities long term that we're hearing such positive feedback from the communities where they work. I just wanted to do a quick overview before I get into the economics that we assessed. Look at, Long Island has been experiencing stagnation of population growth, declining young families, lack of employment options, and high housing costs relative to income. That's led to 3 serious stresses that puts Long Island in jeopardy of even more serious decline. Failure to replace defense and manufacturing industries and well-paying jobs, high property tax burden and resulting loss of economic competitiveness both in the region and nationally, and limited housing options that are appealing to millennials and young families who want to have choices but also want to be in walkable, livable places. A lot of those initiatives you are addressing in downtown Riverhead and elsewhere. This would be an amazing complement to directly address those stresses, certainly for Riverhead, but for Suffolk and for Long Island and the region. Long Island can and must leverage its existing assets to change its economic course. And Riverhead can be an important and significant part of this. So I just want to review a little bit of the data that we've analyzed. So the good news about both this proposed project and its proposed location in Suffolk County is that you already have a skilled workforce that is allowing Suffolk County and the New York City MSA to remain stable and actually to grow in a whole bunch of occupation sectors. So that's great news. There are a lot of areas of industry decline and occupation decline. You clearly have a stable and growing capacity to address the need for skilled workers. What this bubble diagram shows is that areas like retail and recreation and healthcare and education are the dominant components of the economy, but there are emerging sectors in business support, construction and materials, business service, and technology. We want to grow technology, we certainly want to grow manufacturing. It makes sense that 63% of people who live in Suffolk County either choose or, by necessity, also work in Suffolk County. You're surrounded on 3 sides by water, so your options are somewhat limited. But people, as a preference, want to be closer to home. So this also addresses that preference people have to be relatively close to where they live. There's a net out-migration each day of 100,000 people who leave the county as opposed to come into the county. So again, this is an opportunity to address the fact that most people would, if given a preference, prefer to stay within the county. Cannot underestimate the economic value and power of partnering with Stony Brook University and the world-class research and development that exists there. This is your equivalent of MIT or Carnegie Mellon or any of the great research institutions that probably will be interested in this as well. And it's exciting to be here tonight and have New York University and its world-famous engineering team saying, we would like to be part of this. And we value the fact that you have a national laboratory steps away from here, that you have a great research university, part of the public university system here. And so the economic footprint of Stony Brook is $4.7 billion every single year in the economy. I'm going to show you what this project's economic footprint will be, and I think it's going to sort of blow your minds. So I'm going to show you a couple of case studies. In my view, no offense to Alabama, if Alabama can do it, Riverhead can do it. This is an amazing project that centers around job creation in aerospace, tech, and defense firms. It's anchored by the University of Alabama. But it also is a public-private partnership, very much like what we've talked about here. And it has grown incrementally, but it's very much about scale and having a cluster of knowledge economy that really provides good-paying jobs, particularly to recent graduates. Next to Boeing in the Pacific Northwest, Soundview Technology Park has 500,000 square feet of custom light industrial space, materials innovation, obviously a huge benefit for this growing aerospace ecosystem, and has dedicated advanced manufacturing and tech. And Steve Rogers, who you just heard from, was instrumental in the Utah Advanced Materials and Manufacturing Initiative, which is a remarkable and growing public-private partnership that supports, again, advanced materials and manufacturing linked with great research universities and allowing for incubators, step-up spaces. When somebody's ready to graduate from the incubator, they can have a small, affordable space that's provided for through an umbrella organization that provides all the basic services. It's like training wheels for new businesses. And then the room to grow, so that the big hurdle for a lot of companies, they go from incubator to their little step-up space, and then they don't have room to go. So what we have here is a tier of spaces that people can move to, and these companies can grow into the park and stay in the park. And so imagine at its core this irreplaceable infrastructure, the unique infrastructure that's the legacy of Grumman, with R&D, with tech, with all sorts of manufacturing and advanced materials work, but also education, very much linked with Stony Brook's incubator and a whole bunch of support services. You do not have to be a tech person to have a job in this park. There will be a whole range from clerical, administrative to professional services. And so just because people wanted to have a sense of where we imagine the configuration and phasing of the project being, and again, normally a project of this scale would go through a competitive request for proposals process, right, where we would have a lot of time to put together a detailed proposal. And here we're saying, we have a great idea, we feel this partnership to continue this discussion with you about the core mission and the core idea of this project is very much in place, but now we're starting to get into the details of how to scale it and where to begin. We think beginning at the northern edge, again, close to the SUNY incubator, close to the access points of the north, proximate to the convergence of the two runways, would be a good place to begin. That's where the 1 million square feet would land. And then phase 2 would be proposed on a large floor plate to the west of that. Phase 3 would be that standalone site that is adjacent to the runway on the east. And phase 4, the last phase of that, the southwest corner by the rail spur.
Could you just go back? I didn't see phase 4.
Sure. Yeah, it's very faint. I apologize for that. It's
Oh, I see. Okay.
see.
Yeah, thanks. And what's the projected square acreage of all that?
Pardon me?
What's the projected square acreage of all of that?
I can get you that. I haven't written down here, just not, I think not. Actually, no, it's not on that. So here we broke out a preliminary estimate of jobs created by phase. And just so you know, we use an economic model. It's called Economic Impact Analysis for Planning, or IMPLAN. It's a highly regarded economic model for creating specific sector analyses. In this case, we simulated an aerospace cluster and solved for the various square footages of each phase, and it generates on-site jobs, which are listed in the second column of figures, and then it generates total jobs. So if I have a job at the site, and I go home with a paycheck, and then I go to Home Depot and I buy something at Home Depot, well, the person who works at Home Depot now has something, and the spillover effect of that economic benefit continues through the community. So the direct benefits are on-site, in this case jobs, and the jobs off-site are all the other jobs, clerical, retail on Main Street in Riverhead and elsewhere, that are as a result of this greater buying power that's in the local community. So you can see over the total phase of this proposed project, we're showing that the economic model, again, that is standard for projecting the kind of economic output from a project like this, is in excess of 12,600 jobs over the life of the project. For the required 1 million square foot project in phase 1, it would generate 1,440 jobs on site, an additional 2,000 jobs off site, for a total of 3,428 in total on site and off site. And then we looked at that same total broken out by industry sector. So what's interesting is that there's a significant number of really high-paying tech jobs. There's also a really high number, and actually a greater number, of manufacturing jobs. Also well-paying jobs, but in a whole range of positions. There are education jobs, both on-site and off, and R&D. And then this just shows a whole list of very specific categories that fall into an aerospace cluster. The incomes in this cluster are impressive. And in total, we're getting a weighted average salary in this cluster for this projected set of uses that you've heard about tonight of about 100, and I can see it, 1,612. Anyway, it's
How many aerospace jobs on Long Island are there in Suffolk County?
I believe it's something on the order of 56,000. And this is a preliminary estimate of the total economic output. Wages, salaries, spending, business investment. Again, directly from the IMPLAN model, based on the square footages and the uses that we've discussed. So if we just did the phase 1 million square feet, the on-site annual economic output on the site would be $720 million into the economy. But it spurs an enormous amount of additional economic output. So that's another $343 million for a total of $1.063 million of annual economic output from that first 1 million square feet. We're lucky enough to propose to be far more ambitious and do multiples of that required 1 million square feet. And if we're able to do that, we're projecting that that would provide an estimate of $4.39 billion a year in economic output, both on-site and off-site. So it's an extraordinary opportunity. It's as large or larger an economic footprint than all of Stony Brook's impact on the region. Over time, if this vision could be implemented, it would create incredible job opportunities in a whole range of skill sets, jobs that are sustainable, jobs that are matched with the skills that can be provided for at the schools that are in our area. And in our experience, the schools also are challenged to step up and enhance their programs. They become more competitive to attract student talent because they can offer internships at an exciting place like Calverton. So it has this virtuous cycle of continuing to bolster the whole ecosystem, from student all the way through entrepreneur. That's it. Right. Thank you.
I just have a couple questions about the numbers. So is it all Long Island or just Suffolk County? You think about 5,600 jobs in aviation airspace?
I think it's all of Long Island.
Okay, and that's the industry that's been here for quite a while. But the projected number, 56,000. And the projected number here in 5 years is about 1,440
From that first million square feet.
from the first million square feet. Now, who do you see going in there? Startups? I mean, where do you see these people coming from? Who do you think the competition would be to bring these companies here? I mean, because we're kind of far out here on Long Island.
I have to say, it's remarkable, well, first of all, the fact that you have projects like Riverside and projects that ArcStar and others are doing in the region, like very high quality, new housing choices with lots of amenities. Young families and millennials love that sort of thing. So when we spoke to those folks, they're like, we need that product. Those are the people who are going to buy our houses at Riverside, or in Amityville, or on the North Fork, places that provide a quality of life. You can still have this great indoor-outdoor living out here. But I think it's remarkable that without really having any status as the designated developer, they have come with already a whole set of incredibly exciting, promising, credible prospects. So I think if they were to have the political leadership of the town behind them, that's enormously valuable. On the projects that I work on, I always say people think the problem with a project is money, but the thing that prevents a project from moving forward is one, a clear and compelling vision, and two, leadership. And if those two things are in place, the money follows, because everybody wants to hitch their wagon to the star of those two things, like consensus view of the community and its leadership around the future of what you want to be. There was a decision made in the Depression by the federal government to build this school. And it was this hopeful idea that you would invest in an armature, an almost like artificial reef. We're going to build this incredibly great school. Like the best place you will spend any time during your day will be when you come to school, not in your home. And that's not true in most communities anymore. But here it still is. And the idea we have is to create this artificial reef using this irreplaceable, one-of-a-kind infrastructure you have there, including the scale you have there. And when we talk about scale, it's not insignificant that the cemetery is so big and that the Pine Barrens are so big. You have these enormous buffers that do not exist anywhere else that's anywhere near an urban center. So it's kind of amazing, and anybody looking to do big scale infrastructure just isn't going to find a site anywhere else. So it would be a shame for it to be taken offline to do things that actually could be anywhere, because it's so unique and has the potential to attract a whole host of things that we would love to work with you, like really sit down with you and say, what do you want, what do you not want? Like if we talk about like battery technology, you're like, no, we don't want battery technology. Like, you know, you might say, like, I hate the risk that that's, you know, like, environmentally problematic, and I'm making that up, but like, let's have that conversation. What's consistent with your values and what your vision is for the future? But we hope that we've shared that there's an economic opportunity for the community that will just permeate through the community as a legacy project for this generation to invest in this kind of armature.
So that's one of my questions. I mean, obviously, this is everybody's goal on Long Island, to be able to bring these high-tech jobs to their area, to be able to have their children stay and live right where they grew up and be able to provide a living for them. So in a project like this, who on Long Island do you see as where will you be competing from to bring either people looking to locate their company or to do a startup company? What do you find would be the challenge here on Long Island as other towns are struggling to do this exact same thing?
Yeah, there's no question. We would all have some work to do to just amenitize the larger community, right? I mean, you have incredible resources of the North and South Fork, and this immediate community has made such strides as a place where people want their coffee bars and they want nice hotels, and you know, you've done so much. And I'm just coming back here after 5 years and saying, my God, it's remarkable. Like somebody had a checklist and you were just like checking off, like these are the things we're going to do to just, you know, become really competitive as a place. So I think you're well on your way, but I think it's getting more quality housing and more options, again, not on this site, off the site, in ways that can support an authentic and unique downtown Riverhead experience. People want that, you know. So how can we help be part of driving people to that downtown and making that spine that was always like the social and civic glue of the town, make it as great as possible.
What about Yaphank? Yaphank has a lot of industrial space. They're a little bit further west than us. Do you see them as being a challenge to attract businesses out here?
As a competitor?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. I'm talking to the folks at Hauppauge Industrial Park, and that's actually an interesting conversation relative to this, because they want to figure out how to be the next generation industrial park too. But it's much smaller and curated spaces, and thinking about logistics and kind of upgrades to their infrastructure. But I think it's all positive. It's moving in a direction where, you know, everyone from the Regional Plan Association to the county executive to the town leaderships, we're all saying, yes, we support transit-oriented development. Yes, we support, you know, smarter growth. And it's starting to happen in a way that wasn't possible before. And I used to work at Avalon Bay, which is a residential real estate investment trust. There's no asset class that publicly traded real estate development companies want more than multifamily rental housing, which Long Island has none of, very little. And so that's what you're starting to see more and more of. That's going to continue to build momentum of positive change for young families to say, oh, there are options here. Like, people love Patchogue. They love these authentic places that have like rebuilt themselves around cultural arts. And I was talking to the woman who had the Arts Gallery tonight. That's fantastic. You've got people who are driving the economy around those things that people really want. It's really about quality of life and how do we contribute to that on the economic side.
Thank you.
That concludes our CAD presentation for this evening.
Okay, I think the board has some questions.
Mr. Beanstalk, your company is close to coming to terms in Miami with another very large retail project. You're entrenched in New Jersey in the Xanadu or the American Dream project. should you be found qualified and eligible here, what can you tell me to make me think that you're not going to put EPCAL on the back burner, that you wouldn't be spread thin through the Miami project, which is going to be huge from what I've read, and we know how big the American Dream project is, along with all the other projects and businesses that you have. How can you make me feel comfortable that you're going to be here and you're going to do what you say you're going to do? It's easy to throw numbers up there. Those numbers represent a build-out in businesses of things that you can't tell us that you have. So those numbers really don't mean too much to me because they're based on things that you don't have lined up. You don't have your plan yet. You won't have your plan until after you purchase the property, I believe is what I've read. So my concern is, what guarantees can you give us that you're not going to put us on the back burner and that this project is going to come to fruition and it's going to be supplying those numbers?
If somebody asked me if we are building a major shopping center, if it's going to affect the other one, that's different than we build an aviation hub. We are talking about different industry.
Yes, but I'm talking about money.
What's that?
They all involve a lot of money.
Yes, they
That's a
are.
common denominator, not whether it's retail or industrial or technology or aviation. They all involve a lot of money.
We have, when you want to go to the bank, you want to borrow money, the highest rating is an A rating. We have when we develop our project, we have A rating. We don't have a problem.
I understand what you're saying, you have an A rating, I understand that, I've read that. What guarantee does that mean that EPCAL is going to come to fruition under your tutelage?
Why I'm here for if you don't want to do it, why are we wasting our time?
Well, you're a businessman. Businessmen look to make money.
We are here to, well, okay, exactly. Actually, I'm not here to make that much money, but we are here because we want to do it. If we don't want to do it, why we are here? We are not here to buy a land and just go.
Wanting to do it and completing it are two different things. What assurances can you tell me that you're gonna complete this project?
Yes, you want to complete the project, you want to do it. That's what we're here. I would love to do it. Because this is something that I always envisaged to do something like a hub, like circumvent type of aviation. We want to do that. We have industries, we have a lot of industries. I don't think there is any other companies that have so many industries, different varieties. They have thousands of staff. They're not sure that we'll be able to do this. But we are not competing or delaying because of another shopping center. That's different industry. It's a different industry. We have the ingredient to do it. And we can do it. That's what we need.
Since we're talking about money, what sort of tax breaks will you be seeking? The IBA, New York State, federal, what sort of tax breaks would you be seeking?
We are going to apply for what is legally available and what is allowed.
What was the second thing you said?
It's
What is available
allowed.
and what is what?
Allowed.
I know in a lot of your presentations, you have presented about aviation and industries surrounding the aviation industry, but also several times you've mentioned other permissible uses. And I would like you to address that. What do you see as other permissible uses as the build-out of EPCAL?
This is going to be industrial aviation type of thing. We're not going to build a hotel over there. We are not going to build a shopping center. We are not going to build a housing over there. So what else is there? We are all only industries, aviation.
I know I've seen a lot of the things, you've had schools attached to them, I know that you have a lot of retail-tainment kind of thing. You know, is there any thought to make some of this sort of an aerotainment for for any portion of the property during any of these phases.
Well, if you want entertainment, is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if you have any plans to do that when you say that other permissible uses. Is there any thought from 555 to include that sort of activity in the, other than industrial, aviation, manufacturing? Is there any thought to
If
include
the
that?
city council wants it, if the people want it, if they want it, we'll sit down and talk, and if it's possible, we'll do it.
But do you have any intentions in your plans of in that direction over the next couple phases?
No.
My question is, for 1 million square feet of build out, what, are you planning on allocating any property within the park for fire and ambulance services?
What's that?
Fire and ambulance services within the park so that they're in close proximity to any of the buildings in the development. Are you planning on carving out any of the acreage for a fire department substation or for an ambulance substation?
This is the government official before, so he knows about this.
Because you're kind of split in between two fire districts. You have the Manorville Fire District, and then you have the Riverhead Fire District, so Wading River Fire District, and the Manorville Fire District. So you have Manorville Fire District that's to the south, and you have Wading River Fire District to the north, and the property is split between two fire districts. So there was talk when we were devising the subdivision map that we were going to allocate some of the property towards a joint facility for fire and ambulance services. And I'm just curious as to what your plan is when it comes to the 1 million square foot build out and making sure that you have adequate fire protection and services in close proximity to the development. And would you be considering building some sort of substation on site for those services?
We will honor what the bylaw says and the regulation says, and we will obey by the regulation.
And then your 18-month plan. If we were to find you qualified and eligible, I know that Mr. Lima there was a proposal in the file that I believe it was a $45,000 retainer in order to do the planning and so you would, if we were to find you qualified and eligible, what would your first step do? And, you have an 18-month due diligence period before, you would be expected to close on the property and then the town would get some money. I wasn't happy with that contract when it was put together, as I've explained, but that is the contract. So I'm just wondering, what would your first action plan be if the town board were to find you qualified and eligible? And how quick do you think you can get it done? And would you carry out that 18-month due diligence period, or would you look to get the due diligence period done sooner so that you could get started to work sooner? I mean, I heard one of your representatives say that within 2 years, I think it was CIMAX, that said within 2 years they're ready to start creating more jobs, so you're going to have to build buildings. So I would hope that you would try and move through the process pretty quickly so that you would be able to accommodate some of these businesses that said that they want to come here. So I just am curious as to town board, let's say for instance we find you qualified and eligible. What's going to happen right away?
We do a lot of development all over the United States. We are one of the largest landowners in California, in different places. We have our engineering division, over 100 engineers, African engineering. You qualify us immediately you start going ahead and try to work on the plans.
Okay, so would you, because Illuminati currently owns a building, they own a 30,000 square foot building, a hangar. Do you have plans to move into that space right away? Do you have plans to move some offices here right away in order to do the due diligence period and to get the approvals? Have you met with the governor? Have you met with the health department or the DEC or anybody about the property, about this particular piece of property?
You give us the land, we do all of it.
There you go.
I have another question about the, did you want to address that?
Yeah.
I guess.
Jody?
Yeah.
Sorry. regard to the contract of sale, I believe it's my understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that there are phases of our due diligence that don't last for 18 months. There's a 3-month due diligence period after the contract is signed, where we put up $1 amount. Then at the end of that period of 90 days, we have the ability to, if we decide to proceed, that give an additional deposit, and we have the opportunity to have an additional 3 months of due diligence. At the end of that period, provided that the subdivision is approved and everything is ready to go for us to actually start taking anything that we've done during that due diligence period and put a shovel in the ground. If we had approvals to actually start immediately after that due diligence period, or even during the course of that due diligence period, we would start immediately. Our goal is not to delay in any way. The period that's addressed in the contract, it says that from 18 to 24 months of when the approvals are actually completed, then we have 5 years to finish phase 1, which is the 1 million square feet that was required by the contract of sale.
It's a question that I brought up before, and as I said, we've asked for this operating agreement quite a few times, and it does have a lot of bearing on this property. So one of the questions I have is, what are the limitations on transfers in the operating agreement, and do you require any particular people to remain, and for what period of time? And also in the operating agreement, as far as the transfers go, are any transfers prohibited during construction? And will also the parties remain in place for a period of time after construction to permit the property to be leased and operated? What is your commitment to this property?
In terms of time frame of us staying on site?
Well, if you have, right now, so we've been through several iterations already of this operating agreement, correct? That we haven't seen, but we know there's already amendments.
Yes.
We were told that originally the votes, that there were 2 votes for 555, and one other vote that we believed was for Daniel and Illuminati. That changed just 2 days ago. We still don't know what the agreement is, in particular in regards to the runway license agreement, another big issue for this piece of property. And thirdly, what I'm asking is, what are the provisions for being able to transfer? I mean, in a week from now, this contract is between 555 and Illuminati as the purchaser, as CAT. Can Illuminati transfer out or be eliminated out of this contract 1 week from now? Is that a provision in your operating agreement?
Absolutely not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would like to see what the provisions are in this operating agreement. The development plan calls for Illuminati to be a partner and bring in aviation and aerospace here. Is he required to stay within this LLC and part of this operating agreement for what period of time?
Right now, it's unlimited. I mean, we have no plans on separating at any time.
I'm not saying, separating, but is he allowed to separate out? Are you allowed to separate out? Or is there a period of time that both of you, because there's nothing to say that you won't leave. Okay, if you have your operating agreement, we haven't seen it. If you back out tomorrow and you're saying Illuminati has no part of it, you could back out tomorrow and we still have this contract and Illuminati's still there. We have no guarantee of any of that.
We will provide an operating agreement.
If you have a share of General Motors, can you go sit in the board, make decision?
I'm not talking about...
Illuminati is the same thing for us. Illuminati is a shareholder without any rights. What do you want him to do?
Until we see the operating agreement, we don't know the details of the agreement. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we already, you have a copy of a signed document, a legal document, and notarized that he gave all of his rights.
But last week we didn't have that, and it changed. So we have...
Because, after we talked to you, we saw you have concern about him, you had problem with him, so we figured out we don't want to have a problem ourselves. So we wanted to cut him off.
Well, I
You know what you want?
think the point in us doing our due diligence,
Where did you
that,
get
that we would like to see the operating agreement between the two purchasers.
Okay, I'm gonna read you this, okay? This is from Daniel Preston, President of Aerospace LLC, 400 David Court, Calverton, New York, 11933, March 7, 2018. It's written to us, it says, Calverton Aviation and Technology, LLC, CAT. Ladies and gentlemen, this letter is given by undersigned Daniel Preston and Illuminati Aerospace, LLC, to confirm that one, CAT is now managed by managing members of CAT 555 Real Estate LLC, 1 LLC. That's 355, that's us. 2, the business and affairs of CAT are managed and controlled solely and exclusively by 355 as the managing member of CAT. In all respects, 3, the board of CAT has been terminated as of March 7th. And 5, Preston and Limonadi do not have any control, approval, or consent rights with respect to any of the business, operations, and decision taken by CAT. Without limiting the foregoing, 355 as the managing member of CAT has full authority, power, and discretion to manage and control the business affairs and properties of CAT, to make all decisions, in bracket, of any kind regarding such matters, and to perform any and all other acts or activities customary or incident to the management of CAT. Signed, 2 signatures. Lemonade Aerospace LLC, signed Daniel Peterson. I mean, this nobody in the world can. I mean, it can be destroyed.
Is that your complete operating agreement between the two between
Yes,
the
no, right. I mean, operating agreement.
Is that your complete operating agreement between the two of you?
Whatever the operating agreement,
I'm just asking, is there another document that's an operating agreement between the two partners?
So, for
Yes.
instance,
Okay, and that is what we are asking to see, is that operating agreement between the two partners?
yeah, there's no problem.
Okay,
There's no problem. It's going to be based on the same situation.
I'd just like to see the complete agreement.
And this year, you see here, you signed until
I don't dispute
when
what
you
that is.
signed, I asked him, I said, I don't want to like told that. I said, for having no too lazy.
I think what my concern is with an operating agreement, being in business for myself and having a couple of businesses that I own, my operating agreement with my partner says that if there's $1 million investment and my partner is 25% and there's a $1 million infrastructure improvement that has to be done, my partner is expected to pay $250,000 towards that $1 million improvement. If he doesn't pay it within 30 days, then I start eating away his shares in the business. So I think that's the type of operating agreement and the agreement that you have between yourself and Daniel when it comes to investment into capital improvements and infrastructure improvements on the property, and whether or not you have the right to absorb the company after a certain amount of time if he doesn't fulfill his obligations under your partnership agreement.
Let me ask you right now, because I
I'll show you mine. I have it in the car.
run tens of companies.
I know.
I'm not involved in detail, that's why I called them to answer.
Yeah.
So don't think, I don't know, what they need. I don't know, read 2,000 papers.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's okay. You understand what we're
We
trying to say?
understand the requirement,
Okay.
and we will do our best to, in the next couple of days, provide the operating agreement.
Thank you.
My other question is for the property, what is your intention, to lease spaces, to sell spaces?
We are, and I can speak, I think, safely say that the family is a legacy developer. And what that means is that they, for the most part, don't sell anything ever. So in terms of what we're looking to do here, we clearly are, the vision is to lease space here. We're not looking to sell anything.
And are you looking to use it, any of the space as recreational space?
No. When you say recreational, what exactly, can you define that? I mean, in terms of, like, are we gonna throw like parties there?
Parks, I mean, what was that?
I hope so. We're gonna throw parties?
You're gonna scare me.
But,
You
I
know,
mean,
you know what? Tell us what you want to do.
it's a 1,643 acres, a spot, are you looking to use any of that? Are you looking to make any of that into a park space? Are you looking to preserve any of the space? I know that's been one of the concerns of the community, that originally this was a 600-acre parcel to be sold. I think you weren't able to answer out of those 4 phases how much of that you were looking to develop. So I'm asking, are you looking to preserve any of that land as park space?
Well,
You have already some parking space designated for park.
But I mean of the land that you're purchasing.
of the land that we're actually purchasing.
Well, you already have two parks.
The Grumman Memorial, and then we have the Veterans Memorial Park, and then we have the recreation trail that goes around the park. But I think what we want to know is that there were originally 600 acres that were to be developed. The other acre was supposed to serve as a buffer to the aerospace industry that Illuminati was going to be creating. And they were going to put all the development around the runways, and they were going to preserve the area around it so that it would create a buffer to the development and the research and development that they were doing. He needed a secure facility, which is why he wanted the whole acreage so that he could put everything in the middle, and then he would be shielded from the world to do his work. So I think that's what the concern of a lot of the community is that is there a trade-off between what the original 600 acres of developable area is versus what's going to be preserved? So if there were 600 acres to be developed along 25 and then next to the runways, then if there was area to be developed, would you trade it off and make it open space, or would you just plan to build out the whole piece? Or if not, would you create an open space environment for the community to enjoy? Also, when I spoke with you at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, you had expressed an interest in becoming a part of the community, in helping the community, in helping the children. And, I expressed to you that the town is broke. We don't have any money for our parks and for our infrastructure. And I'm just curious as to whether or not you've given any of that any thought, and how you think you could be a good community member in order to help the residents of our town.
As I understand, you have two parks. I understand you need two turf, two parks. You have 2 parks for the children to play, and lighting. So I have been informed that each turfing is going to cost $1 million. So 2 turfs that you want to do on those properties, it costs $2 million. The lighting that you want to put over there, you can get half of it from the government. There's half of it that is missing, so it's $500,000 you're short over there. So that's $2.5 million to fix up your two parks for the children to go and play, and you enjoy it. As indication of good faith that you're serious here, provided we get a unanimous approval, we will give you $2.5 million and finish your work.
I have a question, and although I appreciate that, that's not the way I would appreciate it, but I certainly appreciate you taking an interest in Riverhead and Calverton, and how Daniel find you, I don't even want to know how Daniel found you, because I think you're a far cry, much more respectful man than Daniel proven himself to be. But you brought Steve Rogers and James Lehman, Mr. Gross, some very qualified and learned people here to advocate about the destination and how this would be a real regional, which is what it's supposed to be, a regional the economy for Suffolk County. But there is 600 developable acres out of the whole lot. And I can tell you from being born and bred here for generations that the EPCAL property, especially that's been fallow for 20 years, is very important to a lot of residences to have that open space, to have that really unfettered, and let it be natural. So there's some pedal ponds and there's a lot of habitat that needs to be protected in there. Is there any plan in the future, or I realize your plan is a 10-year plan now, but down the road, to go beyond the 600 developable acres? And if so, you probably have to do all the environmental studies to do that. What's your immediate plan, is to go beyond your 600 acres at this point? Or not?
No. Our immediate plan is to develop what we're being told that we can develop. And in terms of the actual land that we're looking at with regard to subdivision approvals, we understand also that as part of the studies that were done, and I think that Dave Charette has pointed out to us that there are some, along the runways, there are definitely some environmental related issues, and we are definitely open to, and we would be very receptive to doing some sort of land swapping in order to make sure that we can actually develop the property in, yes. Yeah, and in addition to that, we also want to make sure that the property is contiguous and that it makes good practical development sense. And you want to make sure that you don't have to, roll over or have access to all of the pieces that are going to be built without having to deal with environmental issues.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Are there other questions the board would like to ask, or should I call some people from the public to come?
It's 9:15, I would maybe give the public a little bit of a chance to come up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're okay, all right. Now, we have some people from the public that have asked to come up and speak, so we'll call up people now to come ask their questions. I think if we could have 2 people come up and ask their questions, and then if Kat could reply to those people if there's a response needed. So we have Robert Skinner, Craig Dahlgreen, Matt Stadler, and then Riza. Riza Laberka. Riza? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm Robert Skinner. I live in Jamesport. I still, even with all your explanations, Mr. Wooten, at the town board meeting, I don't understand how we've gone from the Daniel Preston high altitude solar vehicle for cell service and internet support, as Mr. Hopbrook pointed out in the original contract, to what I'm hearing now. What I glean from this, from the original meeting, from what I've heard tonight and on, is that this is a proposal from the Gramesian family and their associates to purchase the former Brumman facility in Riverhead and and transform it into an economic engine complex with the primary focus being the runways. Now, my questions that I had were really usurped by Mrs. Giglio, thank you, because the thought of a commercial passenger, as well as cargo freight, or private corporate with this is something that if you're going to put all that money into the runway, then you've got to get something out of it. I don't see how, as a business acumen that you have, Mr. Gumesian, how we put all that money into the runway, and then at some point in time, when we use the term establish an aviation hub, what this is going to mean, maybe not now when the contract is signed, but what control does Riverhead have over this, or does anybody have over this once it's actually turned over? Who then controls the runway? The Gumesians? Is it Riverhead? Is it FAA? And then if you, as we pointed out earlier, if the FAA gets involved, then we could be in another East Hampton situation. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to also see the fact that we're going to have composite companies that are coming and working on new parts for helicopters and then have new helicopter manufacturing, okay? With these runways, how are we going to oversee, if anybody oversees, the routes for these experimental aircraft, how they're going to interact with the communities over which they're going to fly? We have enough helicopter noise right now, okay? And if we're going to put forth an industry that's going to promote more of that, how is that going to change the quality of life here at Riverhead? Now, it's been a long time since, and many things have changed since the Clinton administration and since this was turned over to Riverhead. It's also been a long time since the heyday of Grubhub. Is a development of this scope and projected magnitude, vis-a-vis the runways, okay, something from an industrialist perspective that we want here in Riverhead, a township where many of its residents are here for the rural and agricultural and God knows quiet skies that a community like this can provide. So my final question is all of this going to ultimately be the downfall of Riverhead Town and the quality of life of which we know? Thank you very much.
No, you're okay. But would somebody from CAT like to get up and address the thoughts of what we'd like to use the runway for, or address the comments?
I think that it's, we've said this already before, is that this is not going to become an airport. And in terms of,
I don't think the question whether it's going to be
I
a
know.
passenger.
I understand the question. But I believe that in terms of the uses of the runway, those are going to be studied, and clearly we have the governing board that we have to work with. And, you know, we believe that they will be complementary to the businesses that we have there, but this is not going to be an airport. And the uses that I believe that we're going to be taking these runways and upgrading them for are specifically to enhance and attract businesses that are going to come.
I think Mr. Rogers, though, did address commercial aviation as part of one of the aviation economic systems. So I'm just curious how that fits into what you just said.
In terms of commercial aviation?
Yeah, I think that was part of your vision.
My references to commercial aviation were not with regards to what we're bringing into Calverton. They were with regards to the growth of the industry at large. So when I talk about 40,000 new aircraft in the next 2 years, we could be producing parts for those aircraft. We could be producing avionics for those aircraft. A lot of things I could do. And what are good points to most of all is that that's another indication of where the industry is going. 117,000 pilots being in the next 18 years. So just use that as a comparison.
So you're saying possibly the training of pilots from the spot?
Beg your pardon?
Training of pilots,
Not necessarily.
but you see that as a possibility from them?
I have a lot of possibilities. I don't know if that's on the list of possibilities. I understand that there was a training facility in Brookhaven, I believe. At one time, I don't know what the status of that is now. But I don't know if it makes sense to bring that to Calverton.
Okay, thank you.
Can the property be flipped at any time? Therefore, once all these contracts are, can they be transferred? Would they be transferred, or would it just be wide open for what I have?
I believe in the contract, there is nothing to guarantee a longevity. Once the property is purchased, I think the Vermazian family has said that they're not interested in doing that, but that would be the only guarantee that we have. It is not written into the contract that would prevent that, or ask for the sale to come back to the town.
And then whoever would then take that would not be under the same restrictions in the contract as far as aircraft travel.
Well, that would be town regulated, but
The town regulates a lot of
we
those.
can ask,
Traffic laws.
I can get that cleared up for you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Craig Dahlgren from Calverton. I have a comment that's then going to lead me into a couple questions. Only take a couple minutes here. My comment and questions were actually kind of hit on by Mr. Wooten a couple minutes ago, but I'm going to go ahead and kind of repeat it anyway. So I have one comment and a couple questions here. First is a comment, and that is that I do not support the proposed sale of approximately 1,600 acres of land at EPCAL because of the lack of transparency with the deal. 6 years ago, I moved from the town of Islip to the town of Riverhead and have followed all progress towards developing this site since then. I've attended many town board meetings and also spoke at many of these. My sole interest in this is to make an effort to help preserve the character of Riverhead and keep this town from becoming an overcrowded, overbuilt eyesore like much of Long Island already is. The town, with some input from its residents, worked very hard to develop the subdivision map that was agreed upon originally. The subdivision map was for approximately 600 acres to be sold. All the public meetings, the maps that were drawn up, and work such as the environmental impact statement were all based on this approximate 600-acre proposed sale. Fast forward to this deal that came up with Illuminati and now partners, and seemingly out of the blue, we're at 1,600 acres, almost tripling the amount of original agreed upon acreage to be sold. So moving into my questions. The EPCAL site, a lot of people are familiar with when Grumman was there and what we were left with, contamination issues. Long Island has a very shallow groundwater table. That site also sits directly across the road from the headwaters of the Peconic River, and if any of you, most of you are from Riverhead, you know the state of the Peconic River and what's been going on there. So what I would like to know is, the developers or potential developers of this piece, what can you guarantee us that we're not going to have a repeat of what happened with Grumman in regards to contamination on the site? Additionally, a large portion of this 1,600 acres is considered grasslands, and the DEC requires that these grasslands are to be maintained as such. So I would also like to know, what are your intentions for maintaining these grasslands? Have you submitted any plans to the DEC? Have these plans been approved? Also, I noticed on the sheet tonight, which was also spoken about, was the runways and the lighting on the runways. What is this lighting? Is it ground marker lighting? Is it flood lighting? And will it be dark sky compliant like Riverhead requires? Will it be on 24/7? And what exactly is the lighting needed for? When we had the Navy there, I don't recall there being lighting necessary, and they built fighter planes. And because of the endangered species, such like owls and things like that everybody likes to know they come down at night, has these lighting plans been submitted to the DEC also for approval? And what exactly is to be going on these runways? If we're adding lighting, hours of operation, what type of crafts are coming in and out, and for what reasons? So 555 came here earlier, and they said that they want to do this project for the people of Calverton, not to make money. We want to do it for the people of Calverton. And exactly, let's face it, you're here to make money. You're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart. I'm sorry. I am from Calverton, and I can say this: I don't need your help, and I don't want your help.
If I could just respond to you, any application that they make and with their planners when they go to the New York State DEC, the DEC is going to outline for them what the maintenance plan would be of the grasslands. So just as they were telling us that we would have to mow the grass twice a year in order to keep the grass down, so that the mice could come, so that the owls could come, so that the long-eared bat could come. So, you know, there's certain maintenance plans of the grasslands that have to be done. But the DEC, I can tell you from my experience and before being an elected official and representing a lot of the property owners within Grumman, is that all of the ground drains went into McKay Lake and went into certain areas. And the DEC, after a certain amount of time, said, that's it, enough. Everybody has to have their own, you know, containment devices. And the DEC has really become a lot more strict with that. With Metro Biofuels, they had to upgrade the dikes around the oil tanks. So there's so many DEC restrictions and laws that they have to abide by in any development that they do on the site, which is why the town
Well, I guess
tries.
that would lead me to a question. Are they aware of this? Because that would all affect costs of build-out. They've never done a project here. They may not be aware of that. So they may go in thinking it's going to cost X amount of dollars, but then they realize all these rules that are put in place on this piece of property because of the environmental sensitivity, and now it's no longer feasible for them to do the project.
Let's give them a chance to answer.
Good evening, Dave Schroeder, Hayward Lane. Your comments are very valid. There is a permitting process for the project that will have to go through both the state, county, and the local level, where we'll need to design into the project various environmental compliance programs, whether it's stormwater or sewer discharge that would protect the groundwater or recharge the groundwater and treatment on site. We're aware of the grassland issue, as well as the tiger salamander habitat and buffers, as well as some of the pine barren preservation areas that under the secret EIS process were mapped out. So there's 1,600 acres that's under the transaction proposed, and the 600 acres that James Lima showed you were the subdivision areas that were processed through the EIS that's been finalized. We anticipate going through another review process, either a supplemental EIS or actually going to the DEC for the Wild River and recreational permit that's needed because of property being in the Mekong River watershed. So these issues would be addressed. There was a comprehensive habitat protection plan in that EIS process that looked at how a future developer would protect some of these areas as well as manage the grasslands. There was some creation grassland areas, part of mitigation, land swaps. All that will have to be revisited to some degree. But we recognize that there's a lot of time and effort put in by the stakeholders, including Riverhead community, into that process. And so we want to look at that and respect that. But there are some development aspects dealing with the runways. Right now, there's taxiways on the inside, if you will, of the runways. The property we want to develop is on the outside. So one of the things we are looking at is do we put a taxiway on the outside to allow more connections to the development property. So if we had to move vehicles from the industrial area, research area to the runway, we have that capability. Things like that need to be looked at in the development plan that we recognize the environmental constraints out there. On the groundwater plume, Grumman did things the old-fashioned way years ago. It's not uncommon to have these legacy problems. We've looked at some of the file information. We don't have any groundwater issues on the 1,600 acres that we're going to purchase. And we would protect that groundwater by having very strict stormwater pollution prevention plans and compliance plans with the leases that would come on site. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could just respond to Mr. Skinner, because I know you had asked the question, and even though I did not vote for this contract, I made sure that this clause was put into the contract. And it's item number 11 in the contract that says a covenant and restriction to be referenced in the deed and contained in a separate document to be executed at closing, providing that the property will not be used to operate a commercial passenger airport, or listed in aviation charts or maps as a location which aeronautical services such as fueling, hangaring, tie-down, parking, aircraft rental, aircraft maintenance, and flight instruction are provided to the general public. So none of those things can happen on this property.
A concern that I have.
You know what, we're not gonna do the back and forth like this. So we have the next speaker to come up, and then you can come back afterwards.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor, council members. My name is Matthew Stadler. I am a resident of Riverhead. I would like to speak to you from the perspective of Stony Brook University Education, which was mentioned briefly. There is a commitment, Stony Brook University, not just Stony Brook, but also the State University of New York, to technology education and also economic development. The Stony Brook campus happens to be the largest of any campus in the state in terms of economic development activity and research and development in technology fields. So the figures thrown up were across the tenure time of the economic development activities of Stony Brook University of an impact of around $4.7 billion. That's across the whole period of economic development. And the organization, the Long Island High Tech Incubator, is a nonprofit that I do run as part of my responsibilities at Stony Brook University. So I oversee that nonprofit, and I also oversee 4 separate facilities that incubate fledgling companies, about 70 of which are technology companies. As you know, there's also a Calverton Incubator. What I can say in terms of ecosystem is those numbers look great. 70 tech companies, they're growing, some are fledgling, some are really expanding. $4.7 billion of economic impact across the activities of the span of years of the university. It's not enough. I'm proud of what the university is accomplishing, but it is one component of the ecosystem, not the whole ecosystem. If we want to look at Long Island as a whole ecosystem of economic growth, particularly technology-driven economic growth, there needs to be other loci of activity and growth. And there is some going on to the west. This is an opportunity for something to the east. Because I manage the Calverton Incubator, I'm always trying to push companies out there, happen to have open space. So if this contract happens, if we're leasing some new place to operate, we've got some space at the Calverton Incubator. But the same question and back and forth tends to happen. Talk to a company and say, I need wet lab space, or I need some light manufacturing space. And I say, well, we've got some space out in the Calverton Incubator. And they ask, well, what else is out there? And at the moment, the answer is, it's kind of the Calverton Incubator. And the technology field, there's not a lot else happening that I can tell people about. This would change that. There's a critical mass, critical source of activity that is needed to grow an ecosystem or even a node of an ecosystem. Our incubator at Calverton is not enough. We're going to keep supporting it and driving it, but I think history has shown it's not enough to get a whole ecosystem going on its own. So again, I want to promise support of a university, an incubation program, to the town as you go through this process, if you decide to do this or not. We've had some preliminary conversations with the 555 company, the members of your museum. We are interested in being part of this if the town decides to do it. But I'd like to commit again our unwavering support to the town of Riverhead. Separately, not as a member of the university staff. I know some of you had the chance to see my little ones at the Chamber of Commerce meeting. They did come tonight, but the big difference was there were no snacks tonight. Much better behaved when there were snacks available at the Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But speaking as an individual and as a father, I'm not actually native of Long Island. I moved here 9 years ago. My wife, as I mentioned before, you probably remember, the only one who admits it, we're both big nerds. She got a postdoctoral research position at Brookhaven National Lab. And we said, we're going to Long Island for 2 years, 3 years tops, and we're out. We've never been here before. And we totally accidentally fell in love with the location, with this region. And we're staying. And we'd like for the chance, at least, for our children to find a home here in the future, too. We want them to spread their wings, yes. But we don't want to see the classic pattern of they go to school, they go to Manhattan, make their money, and when they're done making money, maybe they'll come back and settle out east. We'd like there to be some opportunity here as well for a more linear family development path. And to see that I can grow my clan out here. Because it's where my wife and I want to be. My kids are certainly happy now. Will they continue to be happy as they grow into young professionals and future nerds? I'd love to see that happen. So, again, thank you for your time. And good luck in working your way through this. I'm actually pleased with some of the questions going on. I think that there's more information. Things are coming closer to a thorough understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, we have Michael Capone, Justin Cornet, and Larry Sims. Just please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Michael Capone.
Now, was there Riza? I'm sorry.
I'm the man with the terrible handwriting.
Yeah.
My name's Rich Lamarca. And,
Oh my God, really?
Your
handwriting's so atrocious.
I thought this was decided for the place, so I didn't really take my time. So I am a native of Long Island. I grew up in Suffolk County. I still live in Suffolk County. I have pretty significant ties to STEM on Long Island. So my grandmother worked at Jordan Margolin, which made aircraft antennas. My father-in-law ran a beamline at the NSLS at Brookhaven Labs. My uncle worked at Standard Microsystems, which was just taken over by a Chinese company and got taken off on the island. And so when I was interested, when I was young, I expressed interest in computer science and robotics. I asked them for advice, and they all said, get the heck off Long Island. And I did, but now I'm back. And the problem is, I don't work here. I work for companies, and I've always worked for companies remote, off of Long Island, but I want to be on Long Island. And so in that process, I've seen how startup incubation works. I've started 3 companies, I helped start 3 companies in Tyson's Corner, Virginia, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Los Angeles. And in all of those places, they each had a unique aspect and anchor that kept the companies there. You know, LA obviously was entertainment. Pittsburgh had this amazing transition from steel to some healthcare, and they had very core universities that anchored that. And in Tyson's Corner, obviously, it was Washington, D.C. and government contracting. And, you know, that spawned a lot of different things. And Tyson's Corner was AOL. AOL came out of that, and then AOL spawned incubation and VC money to keep companies going. And so I would like to express that this isn't easy. It's not easy to start this ecosystem of STEM excellence in an area. You need talent, you need opportunity, and you need funding. And you know, to be frank, the presentations here maybe have mixed feelings. I this is not the best set of initial conditions for this. The money is, it doesn't feel like these guys did their homework. It's not a slam dunk, but this is not easy. And so I would love, just like the previous speaker, to be able to tell my children that not to move off Long Island, that there might be opportunities here. Stony Brook is amazing, and there are core STEM companies that have succeeded here. Not just Roman. So how do we do that? And I think you're asking the right questions. I live on the South Shore now, and so I'm well aware of environmental impacts. I witness the brown tide every spring, and it really affects me. But I think that these other areas have that I've witnessed transform have managed to keep their identity while still investing in STEM and other technology programs. And so I think you guys can do it too. Thanks.
Thank you. I just have to say, it's about 9:45. We have about a page and a half left, so I'm going to ask everybody to limit their comments or questions to 5 minutes if possible.
Please ask a question.
So it's Michael.
Closer?
Yeah.
Okay, is this good?
Yes.
Okay. So, full disclosure, I work at United Aerospace, but I'm here as a private citizen. I graduated from Westchester High School in 2013. I graduated in the top 5% of my class, and I attended Cooper Union for Advancement in Science and Art with a full tuition scholarship in engineering. I am the talent, as Rich said, so that's really needed. And graduating from Cooper, I didn't really know what I wanted to do exactly, but I know I wanted to be on Long Island. When I expressed that to my friends who were also looking for jobs, they said, "Are you sure?" I have 5 friends and peers who got headhunted by SpaceX and they moved to California. Another 5 that moved to Silicon Valley, and 10 and 15 that work in Michigan, Ford and GM. And a lot of them are from the tri-state area. And of the ones that are from the tri-state area, a good 90% also want to stay here, but they can't because they want to work on cool new things, and they want to be able to, take full advantage of their big engineering brains. So I just want to express that the engineering talent does want to be here, and we desperately wish that there were more reasons to stay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Folks, I just want to remind you that this is a qualified and eligible hearing, so if you have a question, please come up. These are not statements yay or nay for the project. That would have been done at a public hearing. We're asking for questions of the applicants. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Justin Koenig. I also am a mechanical engineer at Lumina Aerospace, but I'm here as a private citizen as well. I recently just moved up here from Florida, South Florida. I grew up in one city with Boca Raton, and my parents from the island, my grandparents from the island, my whole family's from the island, and I heard stories of what used to be of this island. And I always told myself, I want to move up here. I want to reinvigorate this island and bring it back to what it used to be. So, I was told growing up, you can never ever go up there because there's nothing for you to do up there. Because it's a dying island. Look, everyone who's been up here so far, how old are you? This is the older generation, no offense. New guys are coming up. Where are we going to go? We want to work here. I want to start my family growing up here. Now, question for you guys. What are you going to do for our generation? We're finishing school. Where are we going to go? Where am I going to work? Where are my friends going to work? Are you going to push my generation away? That's my question to you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we'll have Larry Sims, then Mark Habner, and Sid Bales.
Larry Sims, South Jamesport. I would really like to jump on this bandwagon. I share some of Mr. Skinner's concerns about noise intrusion, but overall, I really think this is a great idea. Having an aerospace research and manufacturing park would be terrific. But details matter. The package of materials we got that was released yesterday, though tardy, was very helpful. For me at least, it's a big improvement to look at actual letters of intent instead of just hearing talking heads. But on details, I'm going to address two things that still cause me great concern. And the first is runway control. I was glad that a few comments and questions came up. I think this is far from resolved. And I understand that tonight the hearing is not about the contracts that exist, but if approved, this sponsor will have to operate within the framework of the contracts that are already in place. The runway lease is problematic. At the last hearing, Daniel Preston and his company were, I would say, marginalized, maybe even disparaged. And a great effort since that hearing has been made to diminish Illuminati. I'm not going to read again the letter that Mr. Gramesian read from Daniel Preston, and there was another letter from the lawyers that said the same thing. Preston and Illuminati have nothing to do, nothing to say about how 555 is, about how CAT is run. That's not the issue. And the more distance they put between 555 and Illuminati, the more disturbing I find it that Illuminati is the entity that is in control of the runways. The lease that Illuminati has on the 10,000-foot eastern runway runs through, I don't remember the month, but it's 2025. The company has two unilateral options to extend that up until 2045. That's a very long time. Illuminati is obliged to share the runway with other owners, but there is no doubt that they're in control. Just to give you an example, during the lease, the CDA shall not grant any other party the right to utilize the runways for any purpose or to take any other action that would interfere with the ability of Illuminati to utilize the runways for the permitted uses. Owners or tenants that are going to use the runways on a regular basis can do so if they get their own runway agreement from the CDA, but that's only provided it does not interfere with the ability of Illuminati Aerospace to do what they want to do. And it may entail such other restrictions and conditions as Illuminati Aerospace deems necessary or desirable. In short, they are in control. I see this as a problem, and I would suggest that the sponsor for an aerospace research and manufacturing facility cannot be qualified if they cannot guarantee control of the runways. Now today, I heard questions about how this is going to happen, and the Gramesians have said that they're still working on it. They're still thinking about it. I believe Mr. Bienenstock said he doesn't know if the lease can be transferred. I don't understand how we get to this hearing with that question left open. And I can answer it very simply because it's one sentence. On page 4, assignment. Illuminati Aerospace LLC may not assign, transfer, or sublease the whole or any part of this agreement or the licensed premises, which are the runways. How do we have as many lawyers is involved in this project on both sides? How do we get to the second 4-hour session of this hearing and not be able to answer that question? How is it that the board doesn't have an operating agreement that says how the companies are going to interact? What seems clear is that as we sit here, there is no specific plan that would give 555 control, or that would give CAT control of the runways. And without that, there's no project here. Now, they may say that, well, this is easy, we'll get another letter from Mr. Preston, and we'll get another letter from the attorneys, and it will stipulate how this is going to happen. Maybe Mr. Preston will be forced, or Illuminati will be forced to forfeit, as was suggested earlier, the lease on the runways. To me, this is an example of how poorly thought out this is. All these things should have been addressed a long time ago. And if 555 can say why this hasn't been important on an undertaking of this magnitude, I would like to hear it. Because without that answer, and without that guarantee, this is a crash. The only other point I want to make is that the rhetoric here on how the family wants us to be happy, on how they want to help build a future for Riverhead, the rhetoric has been great. But on page 12 of their response to the questions from the first hearing, several questions were asked and not answered. One question was, and I think, I don't understand the phrasing here, but I believe it's because they inherited such a mess walking into this just a month ago. Would the company consider making a clean proposal to the town of Riverhead for this same project, but take a fresh look at it and actually work with us, as they say they want to do, and address the concerns we have? And the question was not answered. 555 is only interested in completing the proposal currently before the town. Should the town vote against 555, 555 will not pursue the project in Riverhead any further. The second question came up and was handled the same way, as Jim was talking about. 600 developable acres were originally supposed to be sold. Can this be discussed again? Why are we talking about 1,600 acres instead of 600? And the answer is the same. 555's interest is to complete the process currently before the town. We are not coming back if this project is not approved. I don't understand that, and I would like to hear a real answer to the question. Nobody likes to be threatened, and that's what this feels like. You have a deal on the table. We're not able to answer your questions, or we're not willing to answer your questions. We're not going to show you your operating agreement. You're a shareholder at GM. Do you get to talk about what the board does? I mean, it doesn't seem like they really want to tell us what their reasons are or what their plans are. And if they genuinely want us to be happy, they will consider doing that.
Larry, I'm going to just have you just speed it up a little bit so that...
I would just like to have substantive answers to those two questions. Why is it 1,600 acres instead of 600? Why are you strong-arming us by saying, accept this deal or we're going away? If you really want to work with us, work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry, for those questions. Valid. Number one, with regard to the acreage, and I think the answer is the same for both. We walked into a contract that was pretty much, for all intents and purposes, negotiated. And we had a little bit of a back and forth in the brief moments that we were able to in that negotiation. But that's what the contract is that we're here to see if we'll qualify for. That's number one. Number two, with regard to the Gramasian family and not responding to those questions, I think that it's very important to understand, and for me personally, it goes to the character of who the family is. not come into opportunities and then step over the people that brought us there. And we will not pursue this opportunity without paying a person.
Next is Mark Hammer and then Sid Bell. And please just try and stay close to 5 minutes.
I have 18 questions here. I'm going to ask two.
We appreciate that.
Thank you for your time. And the poor people over here on the side table do a lot of work in the background to get us here and to get us out of here tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, we get paid pretty well.
All right. I'm a citizen of Aqua, New York. I've been here for 10 years. My mother's been here for 25 before that. And I represent the North Fork Environmental Council tonight as one of their board members. And one of the big questions that came up, if Illuminati has proposed 1 million square feet of commercial and industrial space, it equates to 24 acres. If one considers that the top 12 drone manufacturers, that's Boeing, General Atomics, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, they occupy manufacturing facilities 1/10 of this size. And they want to expand into 100 engineers in 100,000 square feet. We can extrapolate at that point that we would need 1,000 highly educated, highly trained ex-military engineers for a drone project, for example. What partner of Illuminati is qualified to advertise, analyze resumes, and effectively hire the kind of talent required for 1,000 positions of this nature, considering that Boeing and so on presently rely on word-of-mouth referrals for these jobs in a very small community of engineers? And what partners, associates, or employees would be given responsibility for conducting a traffic study for a 1 million square foot manufacturing facility which will access the one road servicing it? We saw a slide of Huntsville, Alabama had a facility like this with 25,000 employees. I think the one slide we had from Mr. Lee was 1,200, is that right? He left. It was about 1,200. So we're adding 1,200 people onto Route 25 with one road. Okay, so that's my question.
I can just say that we did a SECR study, and in the SECR study it required DOT, and DOT has a map of all the roadways that need to be widened in order to get all the people to and from the site. In phases.
Did you want to address that?
Well, there's an impact study, there's benchmarks.
Yeah, and I merely showed case studies of successful public-private partnerships between research institutions and private entrepreneurship. It wasn't to suggest a scale of development.
Good job.
And then after Sid Bale, we have Johnny Consoli, and then Brian DeLuca, and then Rex Farr.
Sid Bale, President of the Wading River Civic Association. I do have one question, and I'll try to make it very quick. It concerns runway and other aviation improvements, part of the intended development plan. I'm going to ask a question, and I think this is the kind of question that Councilwoman Giglio was alluding to, but I don't think it was ever really answered. Will 555 pledge that they will not ask the FAA for funding for runway improvements or other aviation improvements?
Is that your only question?
That's what I'm...
Okay, so then we'll let them come up and answer. Thank you, Sid.
FAA funding is only available for public airports.
Excuse me, but are you you have to come up to the microphone, identify yourself, and are you answering, is this part of, are you part of?
I'm a private individual and just listening to the proceedings,
Um,
but I'm a pilot and I'm...
No, we'll let Kat, if Kat would like to answer it, but the question was directed to them.
I think it's clear the answer was that FAA is for commercial aviation. We're not applying for commercial aviation.
Even non-commercial, non-passenger commercial aviation?
Non-passenger.
There's a deed restriction in the agreement that they have to file, so when the deed is conveyed, it's a restriction in the deed and a covenant that says that it cannot be used for commercial aircraft.
Johnny Consoli, representing Long Island Easy Drag Strip. Just one question to the CAT members. I noticed on the master vision plan that is no longer on the website, there is an automotive track on the piece of property. Just curious as to how that came about, what would the use be for it, if it's going to be for testing, or if we could somehow partner with the organization to work together. Obviously, we share a lot of the same interests with aviation and automotive, go hand in hand. So that would be my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would somebody from CAT like to answer that, please?
This is a hard seat.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think there was a, there was an ad in the Newsday that was advertising for Capitan Aviation and Technology, and on that was a CAT Aero website. And on the CAT Aero website, there was a vision plan which had a racetrack on it.
Yeah, that vision plan was not our,
But
it was a vision.
it was an ad by your company, correct? By CAT?
The ad in the Newsday was an ad by our company. What was posted on the web was not reflective of our vision for the center. And CAT is 555 real estate quality control, and that is not part of our vision.
So it's changed since that vision.
That was just a picture that was put up. I'm not sure exactly.
So if that was
I
the
believe
website that was from the
that was
newspaper?
No, the newspaper. The newspaper was the article that CAT actually put out.
Right, but there was a
The
website on there.
website and the link to that specific description of the plan was a plan that Daniel Preston had put up on that website that was not included and will not be reflective of what CAT is going to be doing on the site.
So when the ad was put up, that was not, you didn't put the ad in? CAT didn't put the ad in?
CAT put the ad in, but we didn't know that that was posted on the website. As soon as we found that out, it was removed.
Why not?
So next is,
We have the Rex.
John, so Brian DeLuca, Rex Farr, Linda Piazza, Kreiser, sorry.
Good evening, my name is Brian DeLuca with Atlantis Holdings. I'm not going to talk about the Black Plague or turning on my underlying paper. I do have a question about due diligence for the town board. Have you reached out to other municipalities where they have done business to determine if they are executing the things and bringing things to fruition?
Yes, we have.
And what have you discovered?
I did speak to the mayor of, in Maryland, in Silver Spring, Maryland. They chose not to go through with the project there. I've also spoken to some people that they have done business, some overseas business, and the project, I'm going to say, wasn't completed as was stated, or as timely a fashion as they had hoped for.
And there are other projects, the big projects, the malls? And
I haven't spoken to anybody in New Jersey at this point.
But we did have the president of the Chamber of Commerce from New Jersey at the last qualified and eligible that said that the progress was good and that the community was very pleased.
I want to express my support for this project. I think this is a transformative project for Riverhead, for Suffolk County, and East End. It's 20 years since Grumman left this property for the town, and I think was left with the thought of fostering economic growth. And 555 bringing aerospace back to Long Island in a big way, and looking at magna and STEM programs, I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and it's time to embrace change. A $40 million investment is just the investment in the land. After that, the build-out is anywhere from $50 to $100 million. I don't know how many suited, financially supported organizations you have come knocking your door in the past 20 years, but they're here. We should embrace them. We should embrace the change. Main Street is struggling. I operate the aquarium struggling. And we're talking about some of the things that people, when they come into bring these businesses in, they want to help them bring a great downtown. And there's more vacancies on Main Street since I started, which was 13 years ago. It's getting better, but the aquarium was supposed to be the impetus, and the Suffolk Theater, and the Hyatt. We still need help, and we have a company here that's reaching out, that seems to have the flexibility to work with this town board, and has a great objective for innovative aerospace technology. And I think it's time to address this. I have a son going to Binghamton University, studying engineering. I'd love them to be able to stay home, get a job here. To me, they can go anywhere in the United States, but they chose Riverhead for the dynamic of what that property is. I think we should embrace them and don't let this unique opportunity pass us by.
Brett Barr here. Linda. And after Linda, we have Takwi and then Bob Kern.
Good evening, Madam, a little bit shorter than that. Good evening, Madam Supervisor and council people. I just want to make a very brief comment that I listened to another 2-hour presentation tonight, and I'm quite concerned about the lack of specificity and the refusal to directly answer questions on the part of CAT. Bearing that in mind, I would like to ask a couple of specific questions. Is this going to be a production or research and development facility? And if it's a research and development facility, what jobs will be available to citizens of Riverhead? If you're only going to have 10 employees in the first 3 years, and only 3 of them will be full-time, how will this help the Riverhead economy? And how many employees do you plan to have in the following years? And when do you plan to employ them? I would also like to know that there will be a promise by CAT not to ask the town of Riverhead to help fund this project in any way, including floating municipal bonds or by any other means. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Were you here for the presentation? Okay, I just want to repeat things that we mentioned. I think we were fairly specific about there being a broad range of skills needed, both technical, but also professional, support services, but even administrative and assistance, and a whole range of skills that are aligned with what community colleges are teaching, what the local colleges are teaching, what the universities are teaching, what the research centers are offering. So everything from PhD candidates to secretarial. This is a huge new infrastructure. And the scale of hiring would be pretty significant in phases 1 and 2. So it's not 6 jobs. I think you may have heard one particular company saying that they're starting small. We're talking about scaling up an infrastructure and building from that, and it would be hundreds of jobs. And what we're projecting is something on the order of average of at least 300 jobs a year for many years. But front-loaded, so 1,000 jobs within the first 5 years.
What do you see as the projected, if you're doing a 5-year plan, what do you see as the projected cost of the development through the 5-year phase, first 5-year phase?
I wish I could say that we've all been at this long enough that we have a fully fleshed out project pro forma. But I know one thing for certain. Nobody will come here as an alternative to this firm that will put more capital at risk in the pre-development phase than this company. They're remarkable. So, the alternative to them are going to be firms that are used to doing public-private partnerships where there are IDA bonds issued and lots of public grants and all those things. I think what we heard in the last 2 hearings is they're prepared to put a lot of risk capital on the table.
And what would you say percentage-wise? I know on some of the other projects, know, we said it was a triple fives investment in the projects as they move forward. What would be expected as far as other capital into the project? I think, you know, if you're saying that you would avail yourself of state, federal, other, you know, what does CAT see as their contribution to the build out? Is it what, 50-50, you know, 60-40 to make this?
Are you talking about public versus private?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's way too early to know, but I think this is principally privately financed. And I think if there's discussion of public monies, it's what is publicly available to entrepreneurs and businesses.
Because, like, I know for the Mall of America, that was 25 years ago, right? It was built 25 years ago, and the small town around there is just now is the first time, you know, they did invest a lot in the Mall of America. There was money coming in, but the town itself, just this year, is the first time they saw any decrease in their taxes over that whole period. I mean, are we looking at the same kind of commitment here being asked of Riverhead?
Sometimes government asks to actually have a role in a project because they have particular policy agendas. So sometimes when I was a housing commissioner, we would give an extra subordinate loan that allowed the developer to actually buy a better brick. Because nobody really cared if we saved 3 months on the land use review process. They didn't like the brick on the last project we did. You know, so sometimes it's a trade-off on what's the public benefit you're trading for public incentive programs. I don't think we know enough yet about what your project is.
But I think coming in as developers, I mean, I think you guys are accomplished business people. I think coming into a project like this, you know whether that if you're so committed to this and it's something you really want to make work, that you're willing to do it, you know, as a totally privately funded project. You know, that does happen. So I'm kind of curious what the motivation to do that is.
Can I ask what the nature of your concern is?
Well, the nature of the concern is how much would the town be committed to this project? You know, if you know, part of the vision is to have tax base come out of it, to provide revenue into the town, and to provide economic growth for our community, that would be my concern with it.
I think we could fairly quickly show the scale of public benefit and economic benefit from their private investment and other projects relative to public.
Well, I'd like to see a projection for this. That's what I'm asking for. I think that would be part of the development plan. What is the projection and the commitment on this? We're being asked to just assume that it's there, but I'd like to see something in paper on, you know, in black and white.
I can tell you that I did talk to the assessor for the town of Riverhead, who told me that the first year when CAT takes title to the property, they'll be paying $4 million, approximately $4.3 million in property taxes on the vacant land, which would be a tax reduction of about $270 per household throughout the town, is what was represented to me.
Next, we have Takwi here. Bob Kern. Sorry, Bob. And then Phil Barbado and John Newman.
Hi, everyone. You look so happy. Hi, Bob. I think you guys are doing a great job. I think everybody's doing a great job. I think all the questions are good. And I have to say two things. One is I'm glad you guys took the first meeting you did, and then it came out in the news that they were gone behind our backs. You They are studying this stuff. They are apolitical. They really don't care. They're going to come out with, a great education and leave. And also, just some rough numbers, because so many people cover stuff I was going to talk about, so I'm sorry to jump around a little bit. There's over 5,000 students in Riverhead School. It's $12,000 a year. So what does that cost? I have the number down here. It's about $80 million to go from kindergarten to the senior year. The biggest ROI lost in this town is educating these students. We lose about $18 million a year in your tax money. Goes to educate these students that leave the town. That's your biggest loss. And you gotta really take a look at that because, a project like this solves a big part of that problem. And you don't get calls from North Carolina saying, hey, thanks for the great education. Thanks for these people, they're doing great in our economy. Or Virginia, or wherever you can. But anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you. I think, again, good questions and,
Thank you very much. So it's Phil, John Newman, and then Mason Haas.
Phil Bocado, I appreciate everyone's.
Just Phil, just so people know, we have 1, 2, 3, about 5 people left, just in case you're wondering. So go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I just had about 3 quick questions. First one is, how did we really get here from where we were? The latest that we're getting letters being read to us tonight as well. 555 Illuminati lawyers are saying that Illuminati and Daniel Preston are no longer involved in the decision-making with regard to the CAT proposal. But the partnership with Illuminati is how 555 got here in the first place. The connection with Illuminati and the original letter of intent was 555's ticket to this deal, and now they've severed that relationship. I want to know why that happened and what that can tell us about the kind of organization that we're potentially going to do business with. Is the town of Riverhead the next entity to be thrown under the bus? I really think we should know that. Secondly, there's still so much missing from this proposal. I mean, what is the land that's going to be developed? How many buildings are going to go up in year 1, year 2, year 3? Sure, we have nice projections on how many jobs might come per square foot of buildings with certain uses, but I'm sorry, that doesn't satisfy my curiosity as to what this project is and how, therefore, we can determine if the purchaser is qualified and eligible to do that project. So without a project, how can we determine qualifications and eligibility? And I think we should have something like a schedule of the building, where it's going to take place. We still don't know. I think there's some wiggling going on as far as, well, those non-developable acres, maybe we can exchange some land here and there. I still would like to see where it can be developed and where it absolutely cannot be. And that needs to be on the map, and it's still not. And as far as whether there's going to be housing or other kinds of development, there's still referrals to so-called separate documents to be executed at closing. When are we going to see those? After it's too late? What's in those separate documents that we can't see them tonight? Another question I have is, we're hearing now that a subdivision has to be applied for and approved. Why does this purchaser need a subdivision if they're going to use all the property for themselves? Are they intending to flip part of it and sell it off? Why else would you need a subdivision? So I'd like to know that. And then finally, we're hearing a lot about all this economic development that's going to be coming into our town, all the jobs that are coming, all the tax money
what's gonna go out. The demand for services, the road improvements, the traffic congestion, the school district employees that have to be hired, the staff in town hall that have to be hired. We're not hearing anything about that. And if anyone still believes in this day and age that more development means lower taxes, you're in the wrong place. More development is going to mean higher taxes, and I haven't heard anything tonight or any of the previous nights that can tell me otherwise.
Thank you. Would you like to address the questions?
Not sure what his name is.
Bill Buckley.
Bill, thank you for your questions. I think that part of those questions relate to questions that were raised by the board that we helped alleviate by taking certain steps. For example, the managing role of Daniel Preston, we haven't dismissed Daniel Preston as a partner of ours. We've just taken away, and based on our original document, he was a voting member and we had the majority vote. We took away the voting rights so that it made it more clear that we're in control. But we definitely are still in a partnership with Daniel Preston and plan on continuing that. With regard to the ability to actually show you exactly where we're going to be building, it does relate to a subdivision plan that is required to be approved in order for us to close on this property. And that is part of our problem in figuring out exactly how to lay out this plan. And as part of our due diligence, provided that the town actually will go ahead and approve and Kat's proposal here, it's very clear that we're going to be together as a partner with the town. We're going to be further developing exactly what that subdivision is going to look like ultimately, and we're going to be doing that together. And at that point, we're going to be able to spend the real pre-development dollars that we're talking about, do the studies that are required, and be able to provide the most cohesive and beneficial plan that will generate the economic growth that we're talking about, will provide the long-term sustainable income, and will give the town security and a certain quality of life that everybody's really looking for here. And I think that that's really the ultimate goal here, and I think that there are things that will become more clear as we get further into this process.
I think one of the questions about the subdivision was, is there any intention, because they'll be broken up in larger parcels, the way that it's subdivided the lots, is there an intention to sell off some of the larger lots?
That wasn't our subdivision plan. That wasn't our idea. So in terms of what
Well, I believe the contract, in the contract, that was the division for the sub.
But that subdivision plan was based, I believe, on something that was put into place by our previous town supervisor.
No, that was with this contract. Prior to it, it was a 50-lot subdivision was the plan by the town. And then because of with this contract, the subdivision lot sizes were changed to the larger lots as they are, as you have them on there.
Right, but there's still multiple lots. It's not something that this wasn't something that we proposed in terms of subdivision. This was something that we.
Right, no, but I think the question was, is there any intention to sell off the lots separately?
No.
Okay. So John Newman, Mason Haas.
Testing, can you hear me? All right.
on the projected tax impact. 'Cause that's a biggie, and it's probably best answer I heard all night, any question. Relative to taxes, is the IDAs, or the various IDA agencies that we have at the state, county, and Riverhead level, going to play a big gracious impact on the taxes? In other words, give away a lot of stuff. I kind of see that coming. I know these guys haven't mentioned anything like that, but I know once the economics start to roll into place here, that to me is a big concern. These guys are coming in with a $40 million purchase, and God knows how much more money they're going to throw into this. There's got to be a big tax benefit for the homeowner. And I know you addressed that with like $275 benefit per home. If you get a lot of tax benefits from IDA gifts, that's going to impact that big time.
Yes. Do you have other questions, or should we allow them?
I have other questions, but if you want to answer that question.
Well, no, why don't you finish your questions and then.
Okay. I get it that their business model is basically an industrial one. Is there any chance that they think that this thing is going to turn into a big shopping mall? Because that's what they're basically in business with, to do, is build shopping malls all over the world. So if this industrial project falls through, is there something in the zoning allowance that permits these guys to develop a huge shopping mall that the east end of Long Island has never seen before?
I think the zoning allows for 500,000 square feet of retail.
Oh, okay.
I asked them if they had intentions of building a mall here, and they said, you couldn't pay us to build a mall here.
I wouldn't take that answer.
Well, that was not.
You gotta watch these guys that don't speak English too well, you know?
And it's not permitted in the zoning.
Now, this is a guy, he probably came, he's a rich guy, but he probably came from God knows where, Bulgaria, Russia. We could be building Russian satellites here. All right, I have another question here. On this intended development plan, are you guys going to go in steps here, 1 through 7, or is this thing going to be a parallel progression here?
Are you done asking? Or you have more questions?
I have one more question. Well, actually, two. The economic development representative here talked about job availability. How much technological job recruitment are the various projects going to seek employees in Riverhead? And will the bulk of the employees total for all the different businesses actually be imported? I know when you have construction projects, big construction projects, most of the construction work is done by union employees. So with all of this technological research that these fellows are going to be engaged in, are all these engineers and technicians going to be coming from all over Long Island, New York City, as opposed to Riverhead, Calverton, Wading River area? And the last question I have deals with the helicopters. I don't like helicopters to start with because they're noisy and dangerous. And I know, it's important to develop good helicopters. And I'm intrigued by this, what is it, Wings Incorporated, or Wings
employment agency benefits?
So, what Mr. Ramsey said earlier is that we're going to seek, any public benefits that are available and within the law. And that was, I think, responded to earlier.
John, do you have your questions written down if you'd like them answered?
Take one of them and answer them.
No, to answer right now. But if you come down and hand the questions over, I think they didn't write them down to answer them.
No, I don't have them written down per se.
What did you just ask the IDA questions? What was
I
it?
wrote out a lot of stuff and I kind of picked and choose.
Which question would you like answered next?
All right, the IDA benefits, are they going to seek IDA benefits?
They said yes.
They are?
Yes.
The other question was on the helicopters. Are they going to be manufacturing helicopters in mass, or are they just going to be, researching new developments in helicopter
Can you answer that
technology?
Yes. So, the answer is in addition to just researching, we are hoping to actually get the prototype, and we will be hopefully manufacturing as well on site.
The other question I asked had to do with employee recruiting from the Riverhead area, and how much of that are you going to do, and are you going to import a lot of employees from other parts of Long Island and New York City?
I'm not sure, are you referring to the construction piece period, or are you talking about?
What do you get many people for? Construction, technicians, engineers?
I think if you could answer that for both, I guess, would be good.
I'm Wayne Melnick, I'm the Vice President with PCL Construction. As far as the construction industry goes, we will research the area and hopefully have as many local employees as we can. Obviously, if we need people, we'll import from Long Island and wherever we can get them from. But there's probably a pretty good base here, and that's what we would start with. So we can place when we can. From the technological side, I really can't answer that, but again, I think it's the same answer. We'll look locally first. If we can't find locally, we'll go further up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mason Haas, Ron Harari, and Christopher Kroner. Then I have Elliot Mazzocca.
My name is Chris Kerner. I live in Manor Hill. I'm not too far from the Calverton area where it is. My one question is just looking up the 555 company. What background do you have in aviation? I was looking at like hotels and other things like that in malls. I was seeing like what your interest is with aviation and your background with aviation. I see nothing about aviation. So that's like a major concern. You're going into something that you really don't know and have background in. My last question, this is it.
Would you like to answer that? And then just Ellen McLean?
She left.
I think that it goes back to previous response, and that relates to our team. And 555 and CAT will assemble a team that obviously does have, and we have people here that are on our team that have constructed PCL over 250 aviation projects, some of which we've actually submitted to the board for record. In addition, we have James Lima, who's also involved, and we do have companies that are involved in components that are related to that, but clearly it's about assembling the appropriate team, and we look forward to doing that here.
And then last is Max Gross.
business in the park. Been in the park for 15 years now. I started with $150 15 years ago, and 9 years into running and operating a business, leasing from Leotis of Calverton. I made an attempt, took a leap of faith, and with that leap of faith, we were able to secure a 6.8-acre parcel under 35,000 square feet of workshop, 8,000 feet of office space, and about 2,100 square feet of storage space. A few years ago, I was very much impressed by the Luminati entry and its vision and rebirth of aviation technologies. And I'm still a proponent in believing that we can bring a viable workforce to this economy. One thing I'd like to know is, for my sake of owning, operating a business, and also living and working, playing in this town, tax structure. We pay our share of tax structure here for commercial industrial space as well as my residential space. With the influx of building in this park, what impact will it, number one, have on my business? And will there need to be supplemental increases in my own personal tax structure of my business to support any developmental and/or infrastructural changes needed in the park? Can somebody answer that question?
I can tell you that the few businesses in the park right now that are paying all the sewer taxes and supporting the sewer system, once you get more people and more flow into that sewer system, your sewer taxes should go down.
Okay, that's a down. What about any other infrastructural changes as far as, bringing more water into the park to service the larger mass building structure, as well as electrical, as well as telephone cable, etc.?
We'll let Kat answer what their plans are for the infrastructure there and the financing of the infrastructure.
Another question I have is, obviously we have two major runway uses. Though I have my facilities on the south side of the park, how will that affect, play an operational role? Number one, I do bring clients in from around the world to service what we need. Number two, facilities and buildings to be built out, especially in Luminati's case, if they will continue their path to build UAVs, what impact will that have on our company as far as running our trucks and equipment with two sides of the runway access? I'm not quite sure how the runways are going to be used and if there's going to be any additional buildings built for the operations and manufacturing UAVs. Will they be built along the runway lines? In my mind, I'd like to see a visual. I'd ask the town to ask CAT for actual visual representation of what's going on, and any plane, three-dimensional, would be great. So the town people can see what is going to happen. What is your vision in the park? Where are these buildings going to be placed? How is it going to play access role to the runway access in itself? For the business that are already pre-established in the park, how do we use our transportation hubs north and south of 25 and/or Grumman Boulevard? Will there be any UAVs crossing over any roads, especially if there's going to be some infrastructural change on runway? And $1 million, in my opinion, and I can do fast math, I don't think it's going to cut it. You got over 2 million square feet of runway space that needs major improvements, but that's my opinion. Either way, I'd like someone to at least acknowledge, for someone again who owns and operates a business in the park, how will we be able to run and operate our business if there's going to be any changes to the building envelope itself? Also, I'd like to state, just 2 days ago, there was an economic study on Long Island itself. Yes, congratulations. We live in the most expensive place in America. Right? We do, and it's true. So I can honestly say, for the jobs that we provide, upwards of six-figure salary jobs for high-paying management positions. We also carry roles in, I call them different tiers. Let's call technical tiers, junior and senior, ranging from $65,000 to $100,000 a year. And we also have entry-level career technician work, which we work with technologies as well. You can Bugolito Stone. I spoke on behalf of World Conference at Microsoft in Seattle, Washington. We pioneered 5-axis, 6-axis, 4-axis, 3-axis technologies 12 years ago when it was just a dream. And today we're a leading manufacturer of natural stone. Again, we love to employ and grow the foundations of the future, but everybody's got to keep in mind that though our tax structure will never go down, I'm pretty sure of that, because you do live in the most expensive place in America, I would like to at least keep it stable. And with that said, again, for the town, we're going to be cutting into a $39 million deal with CAT. Well, let's think about the town's infrastructure. There's a police department that still needs to be built, a new one at least. There's always talks about it. The funding for the fire department came from state and possible federal, but I don't think we can get that for the police department. How does that play a role into a $40 million deficit that we have now, right? If you're going to take this money, where's it going to go? So there's a lot of thought that has to be put out there, and so at least we can at least make the books balanced. I'd like to see that. I may be rambling right now, but there's so much on the plate, so I'd like someone to answer some questions. Thank you.
I think those were all really good points and questions. I think that the answer, and it may not be an answer that gives you satisfaction, but it's an answer that something that we're going to get smarter about as we go through the pre-development process. Should we be found eligible, get approved to purchase this property.
Thank you. I think that is actually all of the questions. Yes, it is. Oh, I'm sorry, Max. Yeah, sorry, Max.
Thank you, Lee. Supervisor, and thank you, board members. Appreciate your diligence on this hearing. I'm coming to you tonight, basically, at this moment, as a private citizen, a resident of Long Island, although not necessarily Suffolk County. What I heard tonight here, many sincere comments from concerned citizens, but I also heard some, to put it in perspective, some very insincere, to say the least. I'll give you one comment. Somebody who lived in this area said, how are we going to have the environmental impact of the roads really evening out when you have 2,000 to 3,000 employees into this facility or this area? I worked here until 1995. We had 12,000 people. Same roads. No new roads were built. No roads were taken away. It was never an issue. And many other comments like that. The next comment that I see here, that's a question to everybody here. We have restrictions on the airport, commercial airport. We are going to build an industrial park for technology. And the question is, how are you going to create jobs? And the same person is always going to be production, or is going to be prototype? Obviously, we have 10, 20 jobs in prototype. The idea basically is what is the interest of individuals who are asking that question regarding where is it going? And as far as lighting, no lighting for the way. And then at the same time asking, where's the lights coming in here? The question I have is that anybody here on the council who has a thought or notion that an alternate solution would be just to give up the runways and close that aspect for good, because time will come, that's what happened. That's the question to everybody here on the council. I can't ask the president, everyone can do whatever they want to ask, but what is the notion for the council? Everybody in the council agrees that this is an opportunity to develop, except we have to develop it in the correct way. That's the question.
Okay, thank you.
I have one comment.
Yeah, but this is the qualified, so the question is not to the board, the question is qualified and eligible for CAT, so if you have some questions for them.
Oh, that's a comment, that's a comment.
Okay.
We talked about.
We know we're not qualified, so.
Salt Lake City is an example of an advanced composite development. I'm not using this just as an example. There was a company called Hercules, and they split, basically, Excel came in and ATK became two companies. Those were the only legal two aerospace companies in the area in the heydays, in the late 60s and 70s. Small companies spawned out of it, willing, unwilling, with the support of the state of Utah. It did not grow in 1 year. 18 years later, a company by the name of McDonnell Douglas, straight up became Boeing, said, you know, there's enough composite capability, we need expansion. And they went in there and built an 80,000 square foot facility. And people thought, okay, that's the extent of it. Less than 5 years ago, Boeing with the 787 projection, needed the space to fabricate composite capabilities, and their supplier base was not big enough. They put in almost 1 million square foot of facility in Salt Lake, and it's not enough. I'm not saying necessarily that this is the exact duplicate that it's going to happen here. But if you develop a viable industrial park, they will come. And larger companies will come and basically populate this facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple housekeeping items. There's a few things that will be entered into the record that were handed to us. We're also going to put the book that was sent to us will be entered into the record, as well as a letter that we received on March 13th from Mr. Hasday. At this point, what we will do, have a first and second, we will go into executive session, and then when we come out, we'll decide whether we will close the public hearing or adjourn it.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Executive and go back into public hearing.
Motion, I make a motion to come out of executive and reopen.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. All right, at this time, we'll be closing the public comment portion and leaving the hearing open for written submittals only until April 6th at 5 p.m., at which time we require any of the requested documents by the applicant to be submitted. Okay? So a first and second to close, am I closing or adjourning? I'll close the hearing on April 6th. We are asking them to submit their documentation by April 6th, at which time all of it will be, we are not making our decision necessarily on that date, that's just when we're closing the written portion section. It's not when we're scheduling the next meeting. No, we're closing the public hearing now for verbal comments, but they'll be left open for written comments until the 6th.
Can we respond in writing to what we received their documents?
If they submit something before then, if not, no. Can I have a first and second
What?
to close?
I make a motion that we close the meeting or adjourn.
Adjournment.
Second.
All those in favor?